What if the fate of an entire people rested in the hands of a young woman, hidden behind the gilded walls of a palace, unaware that destiny was about to call her name? In the shimmering corridors of the Persian Empire, where the air hummed with whispers of power and intrigue, a storm brewed beneath the surface, ready to shatter the fragile peace of a kingdom. Esther, an orphan girl of Jewish descent, found herself chosen as queen, her beauty captivating a ruthless king, but her heart remained chained to a people facing annihilation. As dusk settled over the opulent city of Susa, shadows danced along the marble floors, and the scent of rich spices mingled with the unsettling tension in the air. A sinister plot unfurled, crafted by Haman, the king's most trusted advisor, whose hatred for the Jews burned hotter than the midday sun. He smiled, his eyes gleaming with malice, as he spun a web of deceit, aiming to eradicate every last trace of Esther's people. A decree was on the horizon, one that would plunge the empire into chaos and despair. Esther's world, once filled with the laughter of her cousin Mordecai and memories of a simpler life, now teetered on the brink of disaster. Each day, she donned the crown that both elevated her and shackled her, burdened by a secret that could shatter her newfound identity. In the silence of her chamber, she could hear the echoes of her ancestors, their cries mingling with her fears. How could she, a mere girl, challenge a king's edict, defy a man as powerful as Haman, and save her people from destruction? The tension tightened like a noose around her throat as she faced an impossible choice. Would she risk everything? Her crown, her life, her very soul, for a people she longed to protect but barely knew? The weight of her decision loomed heavy, pressing down like the oppressive heat of the Persian sun. With each heartbeat, the specter of annihilation grew closer, a relentless reminder that time was slipping away. Just outside the palace gates, whispers of rebellion stirred among the Jewish people. They had heard the rumors, felt the tremors of impending doom. Desperation clawed at their hearts as they prepared for an uncertain future, knowing that one girl's bravery could be their last hope. Would Esther rise to the occasion, or would she cower in the lap of luxury, abandoning her people to their fate? As the moon cast its eerie glow over the city, the stage was set for a confrontation that would echo through the ages. Events were set in motion that would lead to a feast of life and death, where courage would clash with tyranny and loyalty would be tested. Esther stood on the threshold of destiny, her heart a tempest of fear and resolve, unaware that the very moment she chose to act would change everything. The air crackled with anticipation, and history awaited its heroine. Would she embrace the call of her fate, or would silence be her undoing? In this moment, as shadows loomed and secrets lingered, the world held its breath, teetering on the edge of an unimaginable turning point. A chill swept through the air as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that danced across the ancient walls of the Persian palace. In that moment, Esther stood at the window, gazing out at the sprawling city of Shushan. Her heart raced, not from fear, but from the weight of the destiny that lay ahead. With the fate of her people hanging in the balance, every breath felt like a burden and a blessing intertwined. Little did she know, the threads of her life were about to weave a tapestry of bravery, betrayal, and unyielding hope. The whispers of courtiers echoed in the grand halls, their voices tinged with envy and ambition. Each man and woman in the palace had their own agendas, their eyes glimmering with dreams of power and influence. Yet Esther, with her quiet strength, remained a beacon of grace amidst the chaos. As she adjusted her royal garments, a hint of determination sparked in her heart. She was not merely a pawn. She was a queen with a purpose. In a lavish banquet room, King Xerxes feasted with his nobles, laughter ringing out like a distant melody. The opulent spread before them was a feast fit for the gods. But beneath the surface, tension brewed like a storm. Haman, the king's trusted advisor, wore a smile that held darkness, his ambitions cloaked in charm. He plotted and schemed, a serpent coiled and ready to strike. Esther had to tread carefully, aware that one wrong move could unravel everything. As she stepped into the banquet, time seemed to freeze. All eyes turned toward her, a mix of admiration and jealousy in their gazes. The king's eyes softened. "Esther, my queen, what do you wish?" he asked, his voice deep and inviting. She felt the weight of the moment press against her heart. "If it pleases the king," she began, her voice steady yet vulnerable, "let me host a banquet for you and Haman." The words hung in the air, a delicate thread of fate being spun. Days passed, each one a test of resilience. Esther's heart was a battlefield, where hope clashed with fear. She sought wisdom from her cousin Mordecai, whose unwavering faith flickered like a candle in the wind. He reminded her of their shared lineage, of the people who depended on her courage. "You may have come to your royal position for such a time as this," he told her, his voice a steady anchor in her stormy sea of emotions. The tension escalated as Haman's hatred for the Jews grew. His vile plan to annihilate them unfolded like a dark shadow creeping over Shushan. Esther's heart ached for her people, and the weight of their suffering engulfed her. She felt their pain as if it were her own, an invisible thread binding them together in a tapestry of shared anguish. At the second banquet, the air was thick with anticipation. Esther's heart raced as she prepared to reveal her true identity. The moment arrived, and she took a deep breath, her voice trembling yet resolute. "If I have found favor in your sight, O king, spare my life and the lives of my people. We are sold to be destroyed." Gasps erupted, the room swirling with shock and horror. Haman's face turned pale, the very embodiment of evil laid bare before the king. Xerxes' rage ignited like a wildfire, consuming the air with intensity. As he confronted Haman, the betrayal of trust crackled like a lightning bolt. The queen stood firm, her heart pounding against her chest, but she was no longer afraid. The truth had been laid bare, and with it, the hope of her people hung delicately in the balance. The story weaves through the corridors of power, where loyalty and treachery coexist. Esther's courage ignited a fire within the hearts of the Jews, a movement of defiance against the impending doom. They rallied beneath her banner, their spirits ignited by her bravery. Each step she took reverberated with the strength of generations past, a tribute to the resilience of her ancestors. As the edict for the Jews' destruction loomed overhead, the city was engulfed in chaos. Esther's heart ached as she witnessed the desperation in the eyes of her people, their fear palpable in the air. She gathered them, a tapestry of souls woven together by shared suffering and a common fight for survival. Their cries echoed in her mind, a haunting symphony of despair and hope. The battle lines were drawn, and Esther's resolve was tested at every turn. She sought the counsel of Mordecai, who urged her to fight not just for herself but for the future of her people. "You must stand firm against the tide," he said, his eyes burning with passion. The words ignited a fire within her, a determination to be the voice for the voiceless. The day of reckoning arrived, a clash of wills between good and evil. Esther stood at the forefront, her heart pounding, but her spirit unyielding. The fate of a nation rested on her shoulders. Each step felt like a heartbeat, echoing with the hopes and dreams of those who dared to dream for a better tomorrow. In the final moments of confrontation, Esther's voice rang loud and clear, piercing through the fear that threatened to consume her. The world held its breath as truth clashed with deception, a battle waged not just in the physical realm but in the hearts of all who bore witness. With a single act of bravery, she turned the tide, a beacon of light in a world mired in darkness. As victory unfurled its wings, Esther understood that her journey was far from over. The weight of her choices would echo through time, reverberating in the hearts of generations yet unborn. The threads of her story intertwined with those around her, creating an unbreakable bond. The world had shifted, and with it, the possibility of hope blossomed anew. But even as celebrations erupted, shadows lingered, whispering of challenges still to come. Esther's heart, though filled with triumph, knew that true peace was never easily won. The path ahead shimmered with uncertainty, but she would face it head-on, not just as a queen, but as a fierce protector of her people. As the sun set over the horizon, a new chapter awaited, one filled with the echoes of the past and the promise of the future. Esther's story was not just her own. It was a legacy of courage, love, and the unwavering spirit of a people determined to rise. The world outside awaited, a canvas yet to be painted with the vibrant colors of hope and resilience. And the tale would continue, a relentless flow of emotion and strength, each heartbeat a reminder that bravery comes in many forms. In the dim light of the early morning, the sun began to rise over the sprawling sands of Persia, casting a golden hue that danced across the undulating dunes. A lone figure stood at the edge of a cliff, gazing into the vastness of this ancient land, a land that would give birth to one of the most powerful empires the world had ever seen. This was a world steeped in mystery and grandeur, where the echoes of history still whispered through the winds. The Persian Empire, a titan of its time, was on the brink of unfolding its remarkable tapestry. It was not just a collection of territories. It was a mosaic of cultures, languages, and peoples, each thread woven into the fabric of an empire that would stretch from the sun-drenched shores of the Aegean Sea to the frozen peaks of the Hindu Kush. At the heart of this vast expanse lay the vision of its first great king, Cyrus the Great. His story was not merely one of conquest. It was a tale that began with compassion and wisdom. With a heart that beat for justice, he sought to unite the diverse fragments of humanity into a single, harmonious whole. His edict of tolerance was revolutionary, an idea that celebrated differences rather than extinguished them. Cyrus' influence was profound, and it resonated in the way he treated the lands he conquered. Rather than crushing the spirit of his enemies, he embraced them, allowing them to maintain their customs and traditions. This was a time when the world was filled with fierce kingdoms, yet Cyrus stood out like a beacon of hope. The sun continued to rise, illuminating the ruins of Babylon, once a jewel in the crown of Mesopotamia, where the hanging gardens swayed in the gentle breeze, and the majestic ziggurats loomed high, casting long shadows over the bustling streets below. As the empire expanded, it became a realm of wonders and complexity. The Achaemenid dynasty forged alliances and absorbed cultures, creating a diverse populace that thrived under its rule. The Silk Road, a lifeline of trade that connected East and West, began to flourish, bringing exotic goods and ideas that would transform the lives of countless people. Imagine the vibrant marketplaces filled with the scent of spices and the laughter of merchants haggling over treasures from distant lands. Silks from China, precious stones from India, and the sweet allure of Persian carpets that told stories through their intricate patterns. But this was not merely an empire of trade. It was a crucible of politics and intrigue, where power struggles simmered beneath the surface. Darius the Great, a figure as ambitious as he was capable, ascended the throne with dreams of grandeur. His reign was marked by monumental achievements, from the establishment of a vast postal system to the construction of the Royal Road, which linked the corners of his empire and allowed information to flow like the mighty rivers that nourished the land. Yet power is a double-edged sword. With every stride Darius took toward greatness, shadows loomed larger. The vast expanse of the Persian Empire attracted envy and ambition from neighboring states. The whispers of rebellion stirred like a restless wind. In the bustling city of Persepolis, the grand capital of the empire, the walls adorned with intricate carvings told tales of glory, but also of threats, both internal and external. Each stone was a reminder of the weight of leadership and the burdens that came with it. As the empire flourished, so did its enemies. The Greeks, fiery and spirited, viewed the Persian expansion with fear and determination. The clash of these two great powers would become legendary. Thermopylae, Marathon, Salamis, names that would echo through the annals of history like the battle cries of warriors charging into the fray. The Persian army, vast and disciplined, marched under the banner of their kings, yet faced a foe who fought with a tenacity ignited by freedom itself. In the shadows of war, the heart of the empire beat not just in the clash of swords but in the resilience of its people. The artisans, the farmers, the scholars, each played a role in weaving the destiny of Persia. The great Zoroastrian faith, with its teachings of light and truth, spread like wildfire, offering a moral compass that guided the souls of millions. The tension between the spiritual and the temporal was palpable. As fire temples lit up the night, casting a warm glow of hope amidst the chaos of wars and ambitions. Through the ages, the empires rose and fell, and yet the Persian spirit endured. It was a land where poets filled the air with verses that sang of love, beauty, and the ache of loss. Rumi and Hafez, names that would transcend time, crafted words that flowed like rivers of emotion, capturing the essence of human experience. Their verses were the heartbeat of a culture that cherished wisdom, beauty, and passion, offering solace in turbulent times. But as empires are wont to do, the Persian Empire faced its trials. The march of time is relentless, and the mighty are not immune to the winds of change. Alexander the Great, a young and ambitious leader, emerged on the horizon like a storm, intent on claiming the prize that was Persia. The battles that followed were fierce, marked by bravery and sacrifice on both sides. The aftermath was a tapestry of chaos, as once great cities fell and cultures blended into a new world order. Yet, in that chaos lay stories of resilience that would endure. From the ashes of conquest and turmoil emerged a deeper understanding of identity, culture, and belonging. The threads of Persian heritage intertwined with those of the conquered, creating a rich new tapestry that would influence generations to come. The legacy of the Persian Empire, with its unparalleled achievements in art, science, and governance, would echo through time, inspiring countless civilizations. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the land, the tale of the Persian Empire lingered in the air, a haunting melody that called to those who dared to listen. The story, filled with triumph and tragedy, compassion and conflict, was far from over. It beckoned, inviting the next chapter of its saga to unfold, where the spirit of Persia would continue to rise, forever entwined with the dreams and aspirations of humanity. In the dim light of a grand hall, the air thick with the scent of opulence and power, King Xerxes sat upon his magnificent throne, draped in golden robes that shimmered like sunlight on water. His piercing gaze swept over the assembly of nobles, soldiers, and advisors, a silent reminder of his position as the ruler of the vast Persian Empire. Yet, beneath the veneer of regal authority, a tempest brewed in his heart, one that would shape the fate of nations. Xerxes, born to a legacy of kings, was the son of Darius I, a man who had expanded the Persian Empire to its greatest height. But greatness carries its own weight, and Xerxes felt the pressure of living up to his father's monumental accomplishments. As a boy, he would watch the great men of his father's court, their voices rising and falling like waves during a storm, and he longed to command that same respect. Yet doubt nibbled at him like a hungry rat in the shadows. What if he could not be as great? What if he became a footnote in the history of his own empire? As he grew, so did his insecurities. The tales of his father's exploits echoed in his ears, stories of victorious battles and wise rulings. Yet Xerxes was a man of passion, known for his fiery temper, his laughter that could fill a room, and his deep-seated yearning for validation. These emotions would later lead him to make choices that would ripple through history, leaving behind a legacy marked by both triumph and tragedy. One evening, a grand banquet was held in his honor. The finest wines flowed like rivers, and laughter filled the space, but Xerxes felt a void, an emptiness that no amount of feasting could fill. He raised his goblet high, the ruby liquid catching the flicker of torchlight, and proclaimed victories yet to be won. The crowd cheered, yet his heart felt heavy, and he wondered if they were truly cheering for him or merely for the crown he wore. The whispers of war began to stir in his mind, the thought of avenging his father's defeat at the hands of the Greeks clawing at him like a vengeful spirit. Xerxes recalled the laughter of his father after he returned from the Battle of Marathon, a ghostly reminder of the weight of failure. It was a day that taunted him, a day that spurred him on to seek glory. Thus began the preparations for the grand expedition against rival Greece, the greatest venture of his reign. But war is a cruel mistress. Xerxes stood on the shores of the Hellespont, the wind whipping through his hair, as he gazed across the waters that separated him from his enemies. The sea shimmered with the promise of power, yet his heart raced with uncertainty. What if his army faltered? What if history repeated itself? Behind him lay the banquets and celebrations. Yet here was the reality of bloodshed and sacrifice. The night before the invasion, he lay awake, haunted by visions of soldiers falling under the weight of Persian spears and the cries of mothers mourning their sons. Each image was a dagger to his soul. He thought of his own children, their laughter echoing in his mind, the innocence that war would shatter. In this moment of vulnerability, he felt the weight of his crown heavier than ever, pressing down on him like an anvil. Xerxes, the great king, suddenly felt like a mere man, one who could lose everything in the blink of an eye. At dawn, as the sun broke over the horizon, the great bridges of boats were assembled, a marvel of engineering that symbolized his ambition. Yet as he stepped onto the first vessel, a chilling realization gripped his heart. Could he truly command the loyalty of his men? Would they follow him into the jaws of death? Or would discontent boil over like a cauldron ready to explode? The doubts gnawed at him as he watched the faces of his soldiers, resolute yet filled with their own fears. The battles that followed were fierce and unforgiving. Xerxes commanded from the rear, his eyes scanning the chaos of the battlefield, his heart racing with each clash of steel. Victory seemed within grasp, yet the ghosts of men lost weighed heavily on his shoulders. With every passing hour, the conflict deepened, testing not only his military strategies but also the very core of his being. His identity as a king was at stake, interwoven with the fates of thousands. In the heat of one particularly brutal clash, the cries of the dying pierced his resolve. Xerxes, in a moment of rage, commanded that his soldiers punish the seas for their losses, declaring that they would lash the waves itself for swallowing his men. It was a move that seemed born from desperation, an echo of a king who felt powerless in the face of nature's wrath. This act, though intended to instill fear, only showcased his vulnerability. Not a king, but a man wrestling with the enormity of his decisions. Defeat eventually came at the hands of the Greeks, and with it a profound humiliation. The retreat was like a dark cloud, following him back to Persia. His once mighty empire now bore the scars of a crushing defeat, and Xerxes returned not as a triumphant ruler, but as a king burdened with the shame of failure. He could see the disapproval in the eyes of his nobles, the whispers creeping through the palace corridors like a winter chill. Behind those walls, the tension grew thick, a palpable energy that trembled in the air. His once loyal advisors began to question his decisions, the ground beneath his throne shifting as the empire's foundations quivered. The man who sought to carve his name in history was now at risk of being forgotten, merely one more king lost in the annals of time. As he navigated the treacherous waters of his court, every conversation felt like a trial, every glance a judgment, and he stood alone in a sea of uncertainty. Yet, beneath the weight of despair, a flicker of determination ignited within him. Xerxes was not simply anyone. He was a king, a descendant of gods, and he would not be defined by failure. This realization surged through him, igniting a fire that had long been dormant. The world would remember his name, not for the battles lost, but for the ferocity with which he fought. He would rise again, his spirit undaunted, ready to transform defeat into something greater. In the shadow of his palace, he began to weave plans anew, ambitions that would either elevate his legacy or plunge him into further depths of despair. As he gathered his closest advisors, an electric air filled the room, the tension thickening as old fears battled with newfound resolve. The life of King Xerxes teetered on the edge of a knife, and with each heartbeat, history awaited its next chapter, ready to etch the saga of a king who dared to dream even when the weight of the world pressed down upon him. In the heart of ancient Persia, beneath a canopy of stars that whispered secrets, women moved through the shadows, their stories woven into the very fabric of society. The night air was fragrant with the scent of jasmine and spices, and each woman carried a world within her, a tapestry of dreams, ambitions, and hidden sorrows. Some draped their heads with vibrant silk scarves, their eyes shimmering like the moonlight reflecting on the Zayanda River, while others navigated the bustling bazaars, their laughter mingling with the calls of merchants and the clinking of coins. Among the throngs, one could find a Tusa, a woman of fierce spirit who challenged the boundaries of her existence. Her hands, calloused from labor in the fields, bore the marks of her resilience. With every seed she planted, she dreamed not just of harvests but of a life unchained from the limitations placed upon her. Her thoughts danced like flames in the cold wind, sparking visions of women stepping beyond the thresholds of their homes, claiming their place in the sun. Ahasuerus was not alone. The whispers of change echoed through the streets, carried on the wings of countless voices yearning for freedom. In the grand palaces of the kings, women held a different kind of power, one often hidden behind silken curtains and guarded doors. The royal harem, a space that could conjure images of opulence and secrecy, was also a cradle of influence. Here, women like the wise and cunning Artema were the unseen architects of political strategies. Artema knew how to wield her charm like a weapon, influencing the decisions of kings with a mere glance or a soft-spoken word. Her heart beat for her family, her people, but also for herself, as she maneuvered through the treacherous waters of court politics, her voice a gentle yet firm ripple in the river of power. Beyond the walls of the palace, women were artists, poets, and scholars. They crafted exquisite tapestries that told stories of love and loss, embroidered with threads of golden hope. Their poems, whispered and shared in secret gatherings, expressed the bittersweet essence of life, each line a testament to their enduring spirit. In the quiet corners of their homes, they gathered, their voices rising in unison as they recited verses that spoke of the divine and the earthly, the pain of separation, and the joy of companionship. They carried the weight of cultures on their shoulders, shaping narratives that would echo through generations. As the sun rose over the mountains, casting a warm glow on the valleys below, the women of Persia found strength in their unity. They wove together their stories, creating a collective memory that transcended individual struggles. From the noble women who wielded influence in the courts to those who toiled in the fields, their lives intertwined in a dance of resilience. They nurtured their children, instilling in them the values of bravery, wisdom, and compassion, hoping that the future would be brighter, that the chains of tradition would be lighter. Yet shadows lingered. The dichotomy of their existence was stark. For every woman like Ahasuerus and Artema, there were countless others whose dreams were stifled by societal norms. The law dictated their roles, often relegating them to the shadows, suppressing their voices in favor of the louder echoes of men. The weight of tradition pressed heavily upon them, binding them in ways that were suffocating yet familiar. They navigated a world that was both nurturing and perilous, where their worth was measured by their ability to conform. In the bustling streets of Isfahan, young girls gathered around wise elders, their eyes wide with curiosity. They listened to tales of brave heroines and legendary queens, their minds ignited with dreams of what could be. These moments were fleeting but powerful, a reminder that within the confines of their roles lay the potential for revolution. The elders saw the spark in the girl's eyes and felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps the tide was turning, and change was on the horizon. Secluded in her chamber, the grand Queen Persides pondered her own history. Once a girl with dreams of adventure, she had climbed the ranks through sheer tenacity. Her heart ached for the young women who might follow in her footsteps but were anchored by fear. She penned letters to her daughters, words flowing like a river of love, urging them to be brave, to stand tall against the tide. Her letters were both a blessing and a burden, a compass pointing toward empowerment in a world that often sought to silence them. Yet, revolution was not born overnight. It simmered beneath the surface, igniting small fires of resistance. Women began to gather in secret, sharing their stories, their grievances, and their aspirations. They formed bonds that were unbreakable, fueled by the flames of their shared experiences. In the cool shade of ancient trees, they spoke of dreams that transcended their immediate circumstances, imagining a world where their daughters could walk with heads held high, unafraid of judgment. In the midst of this awakening, the consequences of defiance loomed large. The harsh realities of oppression threatened to extinguish the flickering flames of hope. Women faced intimidation, ridicule, and even violence for daring to step beyond the boundaries set for them. Whispers of rebellion were met with stern looks and warnings. Yet the desire for change burned brighter than any fear. They knew that to fight for their rights, they must first fight for their voices to be heard. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue over the land, a new dawn beckoned. A spirit of resistance began to take shape, fueled by the stories of generations past and the dreams of those yet to come. The women of Persia were not mere shadows. They were the very foundation of society. Their roles were intricate, complex, and essential. In every woven tapestry, every recited poem, and every whispered secret, they were writing a new chapter of their existence, one that promised to echo through the ages. And as the stars blinked to life in the night sky, the pulse of change quickened. The women, once bound by silence, were ready to rise. They would not be silenced any longer, for within their hearts burned the unquenchable desire for freedom, justice, and a world reborn. The world was on the brink of transformation, and as the night deepened, it was clear. The story of the women in Persian society was just beginning to unfold, a prelude to something profound, something beautiful, something unstoppable. The grand halls of the Persian palace were alive with the sound of celebration, yet an unseen tension hung heavily in the air, thick enough to cut with a knife. Colorful tapestries swayed gently under the flickering candlelight, casting shadows that danced along the marble floors. King Xerxes, a man of towering ambition and insatiable desire, sat upon his gilded throne, a goblet filled with wine clutched tightly in his hand. He was surrounded by his advisors, their faces a blend of anticipation and fear, for they knew that tonight would either cement the king's power or unravel it in a single moment of defiance. A hush fell over the assembly as the royal herald stepped forward, his voice echoing through the great hall like a distant thunderclap. "Bring forth Queen Vashti." The command rang clear, and spirits soared with excitement, but an undercurrent of dread rippled through the crowd. In that moment, every eye turned toward the entrance, waiting for the queen to appear. Vashti, the queen whose beauty was whispered about in countless tales, was a woman of substance, known for her strength and fierce independence. She had not merely worn her crown, she had shaped it. Yet tonight, she felt an uneasy flutter in her stomach. Dressed in the finest silk, a deep emerald gown that hugged her curves, adorned with delicate gold jewelry, she was a vision. But as she prepared to step into the spotlight, the weight of expectation bore down on her, raising the stakes higher than she had anticipated. For weeks, Xerxes had been hosting a banquet, a display of unrivaled opulence meant to showcase his might and control. But this evening, the king had summoned her to exhibit her beauty to his drunken guests, to parade her like a prized possession. She had known the call would come, and every moment leading up to it had filled her with a rising sense of dread. The hall was no longer a place of celebration but a stage set for humiliation. As she entered, silence fell like a heavy curtain. The guests, with their eyes glazed from too much wine, looked upon her with a mix of awe and greed. Vashti felt their stares pierce through her, naked and vulnerable, stripped of her agency. But she was no mere ornament to be admired. In that moment, a spark ignited within her, fierce and unyielding, as she thought of the countless women who had come before her, silenced and overshadowed by the whims of men. "Let her come forth," Xerxes commanded, his voice booming like a tempest. "Show your beauty to the people." But Vashti, the queen who had always held her ground, felt a flood of defiance wash over her. The laughter and cheers of the guests echoed in her ears, but she could not bear the thought of being paraded before them, an object of entertainment. With her heart pounding wildly in her chest, she lifted her chin, her resolve strengthening with each passing second. "I will not come," she declared, her voice steady yet filled with the weight of her choice. Gasps filled the hall, a collective intake of breath that reverberated through the air, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The words hung there heavy and bold. In that moment of silence, 1,000 possibilities unfurled, each carrying the potential for both triumph and ruin. Xerxes' face transformed, the flush of anger creeping into his cheeks, mixing with disbelief. The guests murmured, their shock morphing into a cacophony of whispers, each voice laced with the thrill of witnessing a rebellion unfold. Vashti stood firm, her heart racing with a mix of fear and exhilaration. She felt more alive than ever, a force of nature in a world that sought to confine her. Yet the king's wrath was palpable, a storm brewing just beneath the surface. "What is this insubordination?" he roared, fury twisting his features. "Do you dare defy me?" The atmosphere shifted, tense and electric. The advisors exchanged anxious glances, knowing full well the implications of her bold stand. In the blink of an eye, Vashti had shifted the tides of power. But she had also unleashed something darker. The king's pride was at stake, and the consequences of her refusal loomed ominously like dark clouds gathering on the horizon. "What shall we do with this woman?" Xerxes demanded, turning to his advisors, each opinion weighing heavily in a moment that felt eternal. The laughter that had once filled the hall faded, replaced by a grim silence, as they contemplated the fate of a queen who dared to stand against the king. Vashti's heart raced, knowing that this was not merely a private matter, but a challenge to the very fabric of their society, where a woman's voice was often muffled or silenced. As the options were laid bare before Xerxes, the tension hung thick, a noose tightening around Vashti's fate. The whispers of the courtiers grew louder, suggesting her expulsion, her exile, a punishment meant to restore the king's honor. Yet amidst the fear and uncertainty, Vashti remained resolute. She would not back down, would not surrender her dignity for the sake of a throne. Xerxes' anger surged, a wave crashing against the shores of his pride. "Let her be cast out," he thundered, his voice echoing through the hall, reverberating with the finality of a death knell. The decree sent shockwaves through the crowd, their gasps mingling with a mix of excitement and horror. In that pivotal moment, Vashti felt a strange sense of freedom. She had chosen her path, and while it might lead to darkness, she grasped the strength of her choice. As she turned to leave, the sting of loss washed over her, yet the knowledge that she had made a stand for herself, for all the women who had ever felt powerless, filled her with a radiant strength. But little did she know, this was only the beginning of her story, the first act in a drama that would ripple throughout the empire. The echoes of her rebellion would travel far and wide, seeping into the hearts of those who had witnessed her defiance. The tension between the queen and the king had set in motion a chain of events that would alter the course of history, leading not just to her downfall, but to something much larger, something that would soon draw another woman into the fold. A young Jewish girl named Esther, whose strength would be tested in ways she could never have imagined. As Vashti stepped into the shadows of the palace, the weight of her choice clinging to her like a shroud, she had no idea that her fall would pave the way for another's rise, one that would challenge the very foundations of power, love, and sacrifice. The stage was set, and the players were ready, as the threads of fate began to weave a new tapestry, rich with the colors of resilience and hope, ready to unfold in the chapters that lay ahead. The air was thick with the scent of blooming lilacs as the sun cast its golden light over the kingdom of Eldoria, illuminating the grand castle where whispers of uncertainty filled the halls. The sudden death of Queen Isolde had left a gaping void, a silence that echoed through the stone corridors. Her gentle laughter was now a haunting memory, her vibrant spirit extinguished far too soon. With her passing, the kingdom was adrift, and a chilling urgency settled over the court. A new queen must be found. In the great hall, nobles and dignitaries gathered, their faces a mix of grief and ambition. Lord Cedric, a stout man with a bushy mustache that quivered as he spoke, stepped forward. "We must act swiftly," he declared, his voice booming. "The crown is heavy, and a kingdom without a queen is a kingdom without hope." His words rang true, electrifying the air. But beneath the surface, every heart held a secret agenda. Each noble eyed the others, calculating alliances, their ambitions curling like smoke around them. Lady Alara, known for her sharp wit and sharper tongue, leaned against a marble pillar, observing the scene. Her emerald gown shimmered as she shifted her weight, and a sly smile played on her lips. "Perhaps we should hold a tournament," she suggested, her voice dripping with cleverness. a contest to win the hand of a suitable bride, so that the strongest among us can lead the kingdom. Her idea sent a ripple of excitement through the hall, but the seeds of discord were already sown. The nobles began to murmur, some in agreement, others in horror. Outside, the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch across time. The people of Eldoria, unaware of the political scheming within the castle walls, mourned their queen in quiet dignity. Mothers held their children closer, telling tales of Isolde's kindness, of how she had once saved a village from famine by sharing the royal grain stores. But now, they feared what a new queen might bring: war, strife, or a ruler who would not care for the common folk. As the tournament day approached, tension crackled in the air like a summer storm. Knights arrived from distant lands, each more riveting than the last, their armor shining with the promise of glory. Among them was Sir Alaric, a tall figure with striking blue eyes that held a depth of wisdom beyond his years. He was not just a warrior. He was a poet at heart, his soul yearning for peace rather than conquest. Many dismissed him as too gentle for the harsh realities of the court, but within him burned a quiet determination to protect the kingdom, to honor the late queen's legacy. In a secluded garden, a young woman named Lila, the queen's handmaiden, tended to the flowers in a desperate attempt to forget the chaos brewing around her. The garden had once been a favorite retreat of Isolde, where laughter mingled with the fragrance of roses. Now, the petals fell like soft tears to the ground, and Lila felt an ache in her heart for the lost queen. She often wondered if she would ever see a ruler as compassionate as Isolde again. The tournament began with fanfare, a spectacle of color and sound. Banners fluttered in the breeze, and the crowd roared with anticipation. Each competitor wielded their sword as if it were an extension of their very soul. The first clash was fierce. Blades rang against each other, and the energy of the crowd surged like a tidal wave. Sir Alaric fought valiantly, his movements graceful yet powerful, a dance of strength and finesse. But as he fought, he couldn't shake the feeling that the true battle lay not in the arena but in the hearts of the people, the choices that would shape their future. Meanwhile, Lady Alara watched from the sidelines, her eyes narrowed in calculation. She had a plan, one that involved more than mere contests of strength. While the knights battled, she moved among the nobles, whispering seeds of doubt about each contender, manipulating opinions like a puppeteer. There was a glimmer of darkness behind her charming facade. If she could influence the choice of queen, perhaps she could seize power in a way that hadn't been imagined. As the last rays of sunlight faded, the tournament reached its climax, and the victor emerged. Sir Alaric, weary yet triumphant. The crowd erupted in applause, but as he raised his sword in victory, his heart sank. He had not only fought for glory, he'd fought for a woman whom he believed embodied the spirit of Isolde. The knights and nobles may have seen the tournament as a game, but to him, it was a chance to bring forth a leader who would unite the kingdom, someone who would ensure that Isolde's legacy of kindness would not be forgotten. The next day, the nobles convened once more, their discussions heated. Behind closed doors, alliances shifted like sand, each faction striving to influence the decision, to find a woman who could fill the queen's shoes. Would it be Lady Alara, ruthless and ambitious? Or perhaps Aloan, the soft-spoken healer with an undeniable aura of serenity? Each name whispered carried the weight of hope and fear, each suggestion a potential path of salvation or ruin. In the heart of the castle, Lila sat near the queen's empty chamber, her heart aching for guidance. She remembered Isolde's laughter, her gentle words that had once brought solace to so many. Lila felt a stirring in her chest, a sense of purpose igniting within her. If the kingdom was to choose a new queen, perhaps it was time for the voices of the people to be heard. The thought took root in her mind, pushing her forward into a world where the choices of the nobility could no longer overshadow the desires of those they ruled. As the sun rose the next day, the kingdom was at a crossroads, each path fraught with uncertainty. The quest for a new queen was not merely a matter of blood or title. It became a reflection of the kingdom's soul. The search was igniting fires of ambition, love, and betrayal, intertwining in a web that would change Eldoria forever. The stakes were higher than ever, and as Lila stepped into the light of a new day, the whispers of the past mingled with the promise of a future that hung delicately in the balance. The choice would come, and it would be one that would echo through the ages. In a small, dusty village nestled within the vast Persian Empire, a child wandered alone, her heart heavy with the weight of loss. The sun blazed overhead, casting long shadows as Esther, a girl barely old enough to understand the world around her, roamed the streets. Orphaned at a tender age, she was a ghost among the living, her laughter silenced by the memories of her parents, who had been torn away from her by the cruelty of fate. Each step echoed her solitude, each glance from passers-by a reminder of her isolation. Esther was born into a modest Jewish family, her life marked by the traditions of her people and the teachings that had been passed down through generations. Her parents had instilled in her a deep sense of faith, a flickering candle in the dark corners of her existence. But with their untimely death, that flame dimmed, leaving behind a flicker of hope that seemed impossible to grasp. She had been taken in by her older cousin, Mordecai, a man of wisdom and strength, who became her protector against the harshness of the world. Under his watchful eye, Esther learned to navigate the complexities of their society, the pressures and the whispers that surrounded them as Jews living in a foreign land. As time flowed on, Esther grew into a young woman, her beauty blossoming like the rarest of flowers in a desolate wasteland. Her dark hair flowed like silk, framing her delicate features, while her eyes sparkled with a mix of curiosity and concealed sorrow. Yet, it was not just her outward beauty that captivated. It was her spirit, resilient and unyielding, that drew people in. Even in her modest garments, she carried herself with an unspoken grace, a quiet strength that belied her orphan status. But the universe had other plans for her. In the grand halls of the opulent palace of King Xerxes, a storm was brewing. The king's heart, once filled with love for his queen, had turned to ash after her defiance. In a fit of rage, he cast away Vashti, leaving a void that needed to be filled. Rumors swirled like autumn leaves caught in a whirlwind. An empire-wide search for a new queen had begun. Young women, beautiful and noble, were summoned from every corner of the kingdom, each one hoping to win the favor of the king. Mordecai, ever vigilant, recognized an opportunity hidden within the chaos. "Esther," he urged her one day, his voice firm yet kind, "you must go to the palace. You have a chance to be chosen." Her heart pounded at the thought, a mix of excitement and dread flooding her veins. The palace, a place of unimaginable wealth and splendor, was also a fortress of intrigue and danger. She felt fear creep into her thoughts, a shadow threatening to engulf her. Yet how could she refuse? The thought of being someone, of belonging to something greater than herself, ignited a flicker of hope. With a heavy heart, she took a deep breath, knowing that stepping into the palace meant leaving behind the only life she had ever known. As she stood before the grand entrance, her heart raced. She felt like a bird poised to take flight, uncertain of where the winds would carry her. Days turned into weeks as the young women were groomed and trained for their chance to impress the king. Esther, with her quiet demeanor, caught the eye of the palace attendants. They marveled at her poise and elegance, her ability to remain calm amid the clamor. Yet behind that calm facade, anxiety gnawed at her insides. Each night, she would lie awake, staring at the ornate ceilings of her temporary chambers, wondering what awaited her in the king's presence. The time came for Esther to step into the royal court, an experience that would change her life forever. As she was presented before Xerxes, the air around her crackled with tension. His piercing gaze swept over her, and in that moment, she felt exposed, as if all her fears and insecurities were laid bare. Yet, as their eyes met, something shifted. A flicker of recognition passed between them, an unspoken understanding that would alter the course of history. In that brief moment, Esther transformed from an orphan lost in the shadows into a beacon of light, a symbol of hope for her people. The king, enchanted by her grace and beauty, chose her to be his queen, and the world outside the palace faded into a distant memory. But Esther's heart ached as she realized that with this title came a new set of challenges. She had entered a realm of power, but it was one fraught with peril, where loyalty could be a double-edged sword and love could morph into betrayal. As she settled into her new role, Esther clung to the teachings of her childhood, the stories of her ancestors that whispered to her in the quiet moments. Mordecai remained her anchor, always watching from the shadows, guiding her on the path she had unwittingly chosen. With each passing day, the weight of her identity pressed upon her, the knowledge that she was not merely a queen but a Jewish woman in a foreign court. The tension between her loyalty to her people and her new life began to gnaw at her. In the palace, Esther quickly learned of the intricacies of court life, how alliances were forged and broken with a mere word, how the laughter of the king could hide the darkest of intentions. Her heart raced with every court gathering, every time she felt the eyes of those around her scrutinizing her every move. She became acutely aware of the thin line she walked, a tightrope stretched over a chasm of danger. The palace walls, once a symbol of her dreams, now felt like a gilded cage. The whispers of those around her grew louder, their intentions murky. Friends turned to foes in the blink of an eye, and the weight of expectation grew heavier on her shoulders. Yet, in the midst of turmoil, the flame of her faith flickered brightly, a reminder of her heritage and the strength of her people. The stories of her ancestors filled her with courage, whispering to her that she was meant for something greater. As days turned to weeks, Esther became the queen, yet the crown felt paradoxically heavy and light, responsibility and freedom entwined in a dance of power. She had a voice, yet it trembled with the knowledge that every word she spoke could alter the fate of many. What would she do when faced with the inevitable storm that loomed on the horizon? The whispers of an impending threat began to reach her ears, a plot so dark it made her blood run cold. Haman, a figure cloaked in malice and ambition, had risen in power, and his hatred toward her people burned like a wildfire. The fate of the Jewish people now rested on Esther's shoulders, a weight so immense that it threatened to crush her spirit. With her heart pounding in her chest, she realized that her journey from a lonely orphan to queen was only the beginning. Beneath the surface of her newfound life lay the brewing tides of conflict, and the choices she would soon have to make would echo through history, forever altering the lives of her people and the kingdom she now called home. The game of power had begun, and Esther, with her eyes wide open, would need to summon every ounce of her bravery to face the storm that was fast approaching. Mordecai stood at the edge of the bustling marketplace, his heart pounding in sync with the rhythm of the vibrant life around him. The air was thick with the scent of spices, the sounds of merchants shouting their wares, and the laughter of children playing nearby. Each sound, each scent, wrapped around him like a warm blanket, but beneath that warmth lay a chilling undercurrent of danger. He had heard whispers of plots brewing, shadows lurking behind every stall, and the weight of responsibility pressed heavily on his shoulders. As he peered through the throng, his thoughts drifted to Esther, the spirited girl he had raised as his own. She was more than a niece. She was a beacon of hope in a world that often felt dark and unforgiving. He remembered the day he had taken her in, a delicate child with wide, innocent eyes, after her parents had been taken from her. Mordecai had vowed to protect her, to be her guardian in a city where danger lurked in every corner. He had loved her fiercely, teaching her the traditions of their people, the stories of bravery and faith. The bond they shared was unbreakable, a testament to the family they had forged out of loss. But today, as he watched the world swirl around him, Mordecai felt an unsettling sense of foreboding. He recalled the stories of Haman, the king's advisor, whose heart was as twisted as the gnarled branches of an ancient tree. Haman's ambition knew no bounds, and now he was a threat to everything Mordecai held dear. The man's hatred for the Jews had become a fire, consuming all in its path. Mordecai's hands clenched into fists at his sides as he imagined the chaos that could ensue if Haman's plans came to fruition. Then, out of the sea of faces, he spotted Esther. She walked with grace, her beauty striking against the mundane reality of the market. But it was her courage that truly captivated him. Mordecai remembered the way she had stood tall before the king, dressed in her royal garb, every inch the queen she was meant to be. But today, she was not just a queen. She was a woman caught in the web of her uncle's fears. Would she heed his warnings? Would she understand the gravity of the situation? Uncle Mordecai, her voice rang out, laced with warmth that could melt the deepest winter's chill. She rushed to him, the air around her crackling with life. Yet even as she smiled, Mordecai could see the flicker of concern in her eyes. He longed to shield her from the harsh realities of their world, to wrap her in a cocoon of love and safety. But he knew that the path ahead would demand more than just love. It would require bravery, cunning, and perhaps sacrifice. "Esther," he said, his voice steady but laced with urgency. "There are whispers of great danger. Haman's heart is filled with malice, and he seeks to destroy our people. You must be cautious." Her brow furrowed, and a shadow crossed her face. "What can I do, uncle? I am but a queen, a woman in a man's world. How can I change the fate of our people?" Mordecai's heart ached at her words. He could see the uncertainty gnawing at her spirit. "Your voice carries weight, my dear. You must use it. Speak to the king. Let him hear your truth." "But what if he does not listen?" she questioned, her voice trembling like a leaf caught in the wind. "He must listen," Mordecai insisted, the fierce protectiveness igniting in his chest. "You are our only hope. Your courage could change the tide of fate." As they spoke, the market around them faded into a blur. Mordecai's world narrowed down to just the two of them, the bond they shared pulsating like a heartbeat in the silence that enveloped them. He could see the flicker of fear in her eyes, but also a glint of determination. She was his Esther, the girl who had blossomed into a woman of strength. Suddenly, a commotion erupted at the edge of the square. A group of men, faces twisted with anger, pushed through the crowd, shouting accusations and brandishing weapons. Mordecai's heart raced. This was the chaos he had feared. The men were followers of Haman, and they were ready to spill blood to quench their leader's thirst for vengeance. "Esther, we need to go," he urged, pulling her close. The laughter of the children turned into cries of fear as the marketplace erupted into chaos. People scattered, seeking refuge from the impending storm. Mordecai's grip tightened around her arm, leading her away from the fray. As they fled through the streets, Mordecai couldn't shake the feeling that this moment was only the beginning. Haman's darkness was spreading, and their future hung in the balance. The fight for survival was no longer just about self-preservation. It was a battle for identity, for faith, and for the very soul of their people. In that moment, Mordecai felt the weight of generations upon his shoulders. He thought of his ancestors, the stories of their struggles echoing through time. They had fought against despair and hopelessness, and now he was determined to do the same for Esther. The thought pushed him onward, the love for her igniting a fire in his heart. But even as they made their escape, a chilling thought crept into his mind. What if Esther's voice failed to reach the king? What if Haman's plans came to fruition before they could act? He glanced down at her, and in that fleeting moment, he saw not just his niece but a warrior, a queen who could potentially change everything. The marketplace was behind them, but the battle was just beginning. The stakes had never been higher, and Mordecai felt the storm approaching, dark and menacing. Their lives were entwined with the fate of a people, and each choice would resonate through time. The thread of destiny was woven tightly, and as they continued to run, he knew that the path ahead would demand more than courage. It would require an unyielding belief in hope, in justice, and in the bonds that held them together. With each step, as they navigated through the alleyways stained with history and memories, Mordecai couldn't help but wonder if they were prepared to face the tempest that was coming. Would Esther rise to the occasion? Would they stand against the darkness that threatened to engulf them? He stole a glance at her, her face illuminated by the fading sunlight, and felt a surge of determination. Together, they would confront whatever lay ahead. The air was thick with anticipation, the kind that tingled on the back of the neck, as Esther stood at the threshold of a world she had never imagined. The great palace of Shushan loomed before her, its walls whispering tales of power and peril. Her heart raced as she remembered the day she was summoned. A simple Jewish girl, plucked from obscurity, standing at the brink of greatness or disaster. The ground beneath her feet felt unsteady, yet the stars seemed to align, beckoning her forward. In the vast expanse of the palace, Esther was a mere shadow among the shimmering nobility. She had never worn fine silks or adorned herself with jewels that sparkled like the night sky. She was a maiden of humble origins, raised by her older cousin Mordecai, who had taught her the value of her heritage. His teachings echoed in her mind. Courage is not the absence of fear, but the triumph over it. Now, with the weight of her people resting on her shoulders, she understood those words more than ever. The royal court was a place of opulence where laughter mingled with deceit, and smiles could hide daggers. The air was thick with intrigue, each noble more cunning than the last, each glance a potential threat. Esther felt her pulse quickening as she entered the great hall, where King Xerxes ruled with an iron fist, yet lacked the wisdom needed to govern justly. The king was known for his extravagant feasts and tumultuous temper, but Esther was determined to rise above the chaos. As she made her way through the throngs of elegantly dressed women, she caught the eye of the royal eunuch, Haggai, who was tasked with overseeing the king's harem. His gaze was piercing yet kind, and he approached her with a mixture of curiosity and respect. "You have a rare beauty," he said softly, his voice barely audible over the laughter and chatter. Esther blushed, acutely aware of how out of place she felt among such splendor. Yet Haggai saw more than her physical beauty. He sensed her strength. He took her under his wing, guiding her through the perilous waters of court life. Days turned into weeks as Esther underwent her transformation. She was taught the ways of the court, how to navigate the treacherous landscape of alliances and rivalries. With each passing day, she shed her old self like a snake shedding its skin. Under Haggai's careful guidance, she learned how to walk, talk, and charm the most powerful men in the kingdom. She practiced her smile, finding the right balance between warmth and seduction. The women around her were fierce competitors, each wanting to outshine the other, but Esther remained focused, her heart heavy with the knowledge of her true purpose. But lurking in the shadows was Haman, the king's chief minister, a man whose ambition knew no bounds. He was arrogant and ruthless, his heart as cold as the steel of his dagger. He sought favor with the king and craved the worship of all who crossed his path. Esther had heard whispers of his plans, dark intentions that could spell doom for her people. Every encounter with him sent a chill down her spine, and she prayed that her growing influence in the court would help her to thwart his schemes. The pivotal moment arrived at the king's grand banquet, where Esther was finally unveiled. Draped in silks that glimmered like morning dew, she stepped forward, her heart pounding. The room fell silent, every eye trained on her, drinking in her beauty and grace. King Xerxes, his gaze igniting with intrigue, beckoned her closer. "Who is this enchanting creature?" he asked, his voice echoing through the hall. Esther's cheeks flushed, but she held her head high. "I am Esther," she said, her voice steady, "a daughter of the exiled people of Israel." At that moment, she felt the weight of her ancestors behind her, their hopes and dreams propelling her forward. "Bring her closer," the king commanded, and as she moved toward him, the tension in the room thickened. Haman's eyes narrowed as he assessed her, recognizing a new player in the game of power. He had grown used to being the center of attention, and Esther's presence threatened to overshadow him. But she didn't waver. She had come too far to back down now. As the evening unfolded, Esther's charm and wit dazzled the guests. She engaged the king in conversation, her words weaving a spell around him. The laughter flowed, but beneath the surface, a current of danger rippled. Haman, seething with jealousy, plotted in silence, his mind racing to find a way to eliminate this new threat. With every glance, every subtle gesture, Esther began to realize the depth of her power. She was more than just a pretty face in a room full of men. She was a woman with a mission. As the evening wore on, she felt the weight of destiny pressing down on her. The story of her people was woven into the fabric of her very being, and she would not allow it to unravel. But the night was not without its perils. As she exchanged pleasantries with the king, she caught sight of Mordecai, standing resolutely at the palace gates, his face a mask of determination. He had refused to bow to Haman, a bold act of defiance that set off a chain of events she could scarcely fathom. The room buzzed with the tension of unspoken words and hidden agendas, and Esther's heart pounded in her chest. As the banquet came to an end, Esther realized that the path ahead was fraught with danger. Haman's plots loomed like dark clouds, threatening to swallow her people whole. But she also felt something else, a flicker of hope igniting within her. She had gained the king's favor and, with it, the chance to change the course of history. Yet, in the gilded halls of power, nothing was certain. The stakes were high, and Esther stood at a crossroads. Would she embrace her fate and rise to the challenge, or would she retreat into the shadows, allowing fear to dictate her actions? As the laughter faded and the light dimmed, the echo of her destiny lingered in the air, a promise of what was yet to come. The stage lights flickered, casting a warm glow on the shimmering sequins that adorned the contestants' gowns. The audience buzzed with anticipation, their collective breath hitching as the announcer's voice echoed through the grand hall. This was not just a competition. It was a testament to strength, resilience, and the beauty that transcends mere appearance. The air hummed with nervous energy as the young women prepared to step into the spotlight, each carrying dreams as heavy as their gowns. Some had traveled hundreds of miles, others left behind families, but they all shared a burning desire to prove themselves, to stand tall against the odds. As the first contestant stepped forward, her heart raced. She remembered the countless hours of practice, the sacrifices made, and the tears shed in quiet moments of doubt. Her story was not merely about winning a crown. It was about overcoming the shadows of insecurity that had once chained her. Each contestant brought a piece of her world to the stage. There was Jasmine, who had grown up in a small town where dreams felt far away. Her mother had worked 3 jobs to support her, always whispering words of encouragement, reminding her of her worth. "You are a queen," her mother had said, and those words echoed in Jasmine's mind as she walked with grace, her head held high. The audience watched, captivated by her poise and determination, unaware of the sleepless nights and the relentless self-doubt that had haunted her. Then there was Sophia, a first-generation immigrant whose family had fled from war-torn lands. She carried the weight of her heritage on her shoulders, a blend of hope and fear. Every step she took on that stage was a tribute to her ancestors, a celebration of their struggles and sacrifices. As she spoke about her journey, her voice trembled with emotion, resonating deeply within the hearts of those watching. They saw not just a contestant but a warrior who fought fiercely for her place in a world that often felt unwelcoming. As the night unfolded, challenges emerged like storms. The contestants faced not only the judges but also the whispers of their own insecurities. Each question posed to them was a test, revealing not just their wit but the depth of their resolve. "What does beauty mean to you?" one judge asked, and in those moments, the stage transformed into a battleground of vulnerability. Answers flowed, filled with personal stories, triumphs, and tears. Some spoke of inner strength, others of kindness, and still others of the responsibility that comes with beauty. But the competition also revealed the darker side of ambition. Rivalries simmered beneath the surface, fueled by the desire to win. Backstage whispers turned into heated exchanges. Friendships strained under the pressure. The path to the crown was lined with trials that pushed each contestant to their limits. Emotions ran high. Tensions bubbled over during rehearsals, and backstage, tears mingled with laughter. Each woman was a fierce competitor, yet they were bonded by a shared experience, a sisterhood forged in the fires of ambition. As the evening progressed, the talent portion of the competition arrived, and the atmosphere shifted from tension to exhilaration. Participants dazzled the audience with their unique skills, singing, dancing, and even poetry. Each performance was a glimpse into their souls, a moment where they shed the armor of competition and revealed their true selves. The audience erupted in applause, cheering not just for the talent, but for the raw emotion that accompanied it. It was a reminder that beauty comes in many forms, often found in the depths of vulnerability. Amidst the applause, whispers of excitement and fear filled the air. Contestants stood nervously, waiting for the results of the judges' deliberation. The reality of the competition hung like a thick fog. Only a few would emerge victorious, but what would they lose in the process? The anticipation was a living entity, curling around their hearts and squeezing tight. As the finalists were announced, hearts raced and eyes shimmered with tears of joy and disappointment. The journey had taken its toll, but it had also sparked a fire within them. No matter the outcome, they had all discovered something profound. The beauty pageant was about more than just a crown. It was about resilience in the face of adversity, about lifting each other up even when the stakes felt impossibly high. When the winner was finally crowned, a wave of emotion swept through the hall. Cheers erupted, but amidst the joy, there were quiet reflections. Faces filled with pride mingled with those marked by regret. The crown was a symbol, yes, but it was also a reminder of the paths taken, the friendships forged, and the battles fought. As confetti rained down, sparkling like stars, the journey of these remarkable women was far from over. The after-party was a cacophony of laughter and celebration, but it also echoed with a sense of bittersweet finality. Some contestants clung to each other, promising to stay connected beyond the stage, while others found solace in solitude, reflecting on the whirlwind of emotions they had experienced. In the midst of the celebration, whispers of future ambitions floated through the air like seeds, ready to be planted. But even in this moment of triumph, a shadow lingered. What would happen when the glitz faded and the cameras stopped rolling? Would the bonds formed in the fire of competition withstand the test of time? Would the winner still feel like a queen when the spotlight dimmed? As they sipped sparkling drinks and shared stories late into the night, a question hung in the air, unspoken but palpable. What comes next for those who dared to dream, and how would they navigate the world outside the stage? Unbeknownst to them, the true trials awaited beyond the glittering facade, the reality of chasing dreams, the resilience required to sustain them, and the grace needed to uplift others along the way. The beauty pageant had only been the beginning. The real story was just unfolding. Hadassah stood beneath the weight of the night, the moon casting a silvery glow over her troubled thoughts. She was a young woman, vibrant yet shadowed by the heavy burden of her Jewish identity, in a land where danger lurked in the shadows. The quiet of the evening was interrupted only by the distant sounds of the palace, a world of luxury and danger that felt worlds apart from her humble home. But tonight was different. The air was charged with an electric tension, as if fate itself was whispering to her, urging her toward a destiny she could hardly comprehend. In the streets of Shushan, whispers had spread like wildfire. King Xerxes, a ruler known for his grand feasts and sudden wrath, was searching for a new queen. The search was not an ordinary one. It was a spectacle, a selection of beauty that turned the lives of countless young women into a mere game of chance. Hadassah knew she should be afraid, yet an unquenchable spirit flickered within her. She had been raised by her cousin Mordecai, a man of wisdom and strength, who had taught her the value of courage in the face of adversity. "You are meant for greatness," he would say, his voice a blend of encouragement and caution, and she often wondered what that greatness would look like. As the days turned into weeks, whispers about the king's decree became a haunting melody in her ears. The thought of being taken from her family, her people, was terrifying. Yet, there was something inside her, a burning desire to fight for her people, to stand tall against the looming threat of annihilation that hung over them like a dark cloud. It was in this turmoil that Hadassah began to shed her old self, slowly transforming into something greater. The moment she entered the palace, a surge of unfamiliar emotions flooded her being. The opulence was staggering. Gold and silver adorned every corner, and the scent of spices filled the air. Yet, beneath the glamour, there was an undercurrent of fear. Hadassah felt it in the eyes of the other women, the way they clung to each other, their laughter echoing hollowly in the vast halls. They were all in the same boat, each one vying for the king's affection. But Hadassah felt something more profound stirring within her, an urgency to change the course of history. Every day was a lesson, every encounter a challenge. The women around her were fierce competitors, each one more dazzling than the last. And yet, as Hadassah looked into their eyes, she did not see rivals. She saw sisters caught in a web of circumstance. Mordecai's voice echoed in her mind, reminding her of her heritage, her responsibility. "You may be the only hope for our people," he had said, and each time she thought of it, her heart swelled with determination. As days turned to weeks, Hadassah became Esther, a name that resonated with power and purpose. The transformation was not only of identity but of spirit. She learned to navigate the treacherous waters of the palace, to charm the guards and win the favor of the king's attendants. She listened closely, absorbing the gossip that flowed like lifeblood in the palace. With each secret she uncovered, the weight of her mission solidified within her. It was no longer just about winning a crown. It was about survival, about protecting her people from the dark tide of Haman's plot that threatened to sweep them away. One evening, as she stood before her mirror, the reflection staring back at her felt foreign yet familiar. The beauty she had cultivated was no longer just skin-deep. It was now intertwined with the resolve to act. She adorned herself with the royal garments, rich fabrics that shimmered like the starlit sky, and for the first time, she understood the power of her appearance. It was not just about beauty. It was about influence, about using what she had to shield those she loved from the storm that brewed on the horizon. The days of preparation were grueling, but with every command from Xerxes, every feast and gathering, Esther felt herself stepping further away from Hadassah and closer to her destiny. The king, oblivious to the storm of emotions within her, was enchanted. He would lean closer, a smile dancing on his lips, while she would maintain her composure, her heart racing as she weighed each word, each glance, each subtle shift in the atmosphere. Yet, the deeper Esther delved into court life, the more she realized the stakes were higher than she had ever imagined. Haman, the king's advisor, was a man of cunning and cruelty, weaving a web of hatred against the Jews. The tension in Esther's soul reached a breaking point when she overheard whispers of his decree, an edict that would lead to the extermination of her people. The very thought made her stomach twist and her breath catch in her throat. Could she remain silent while her kin faced annihilation? Could she remain just a beautiful queen? Or was she meant to become something far more valiant? Each day that passed felt like an eternity. Esther, with her heart pounding in her chest, understood that the time had come to shed the last remnants of Hadassah. She had to embrace the mantle of Esther fully, the queen who could speak, who could act, who could change the fate of her people. The journey from Hadassah to Esther was not just a change of name but a rebirth from fear into courage, from silence into action. In a moment that felt like the turning of a page in a great book, she stood before the king, her resolve solidifying into a steel-like clarity. The room fell silent, the air thick with expectation. She could feel the eyes of her fellow Jews upon her, their hopes resting on her shoulders. Would they see in her the warrior they needed? Would she have the strength to reveal her truth and confront Haman, to expose the darkness that threatened to consume her world? As the tension in the room coiled tighter, Esther knew this was the moment that would define her not just as queen, but as a beacon of hope for her people. The transformation was complete. The once timid Hadassah was now a force to be reckoned with, a woman ready to fight for her people, ready to embrace destiny with both hands. The echoes of her past whispered in her ears, reminding her of the love, pain, and responsibility woven into her journey thus far. With a deep breath, her heart steadying, she prepared to unleash the power of her voice. The transition was not merely a change. It was a seismic shift in the course of history, a moment where one woman could stand against the tides of hatred and fear, reshaping the world for those she loved. The air was heavy with anticipation as Queen Elizabeth I stood on the balcony of her grand palace, gazing out over the sprawling gardens where vibrant blossoms swayed and danced in the gentle breeze. It was a scene of breathtaking beauty, yet beneath that serene surface lay an undercurrent of tension that could be felt like the faint pulse of a drum. The people adored her, But love could turn to resentment in an instant, and she understood that the delicate balance of her power rested on a knife's edge. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a golden hue across the landscape, a wave of unease rippled through the crowd. They had come to witness their queen, their beloved monarch, yet the weight of her position pressed heavily on her shoulders. Elizabeth knew that every smile she offered was a thread in the tapestry of her kingdom's fate. Each royal wave carried the burden of expectations, hopes, and dreams, not just for herself, but for a nation that relied upon her strength and wisdom. In the centuries that followed, the complexity of a queen's role would often be relegated to a mere footnote in the annals of history, a mere silhouette against the backdrop of kings and great battles. Yet Elizabeth I was no ordinary queen. She was born in a time when the world was still grappling with the changes brought on by the Reformation, a world where the crown was often questioned, and the church itself stood divided. It was her choice to remain unmarried, forever dubbed the Virgin Queen, that transformed her into a legendary figure, yet that very choice painted her into a corner, where loyalty was both a shield and a weapon. Her court buzzed with intrigue, a hive of whispers that could lift her to heights or trap her in the depths of despair. Powerful men, noble lords, and ambitious suitors circled like vultures, each seeking to manipulate her decisions in their favor. They offered her flattery, disguised as loyalty, yet Elizabeth knew that beneath their polished smiles lay ambition sharper than any sword. The danger was real. Betrayal lurked in the shadows, and even her closest advisors were potential foes. Yet her intelligence was her greatest weapon. She wielded it like a sword, cutting through the noise of courtly life with a keen sense of timing and understanding. She knew when to smile and when to frown, when to grant favors and when to remove a thorn from her side. Each decision was like a game of chess, where the stakes were not just her reign but her very life. With every passing year, she became more astute, mastering the art of diplomacy while maneuvering through the treacherous waters of politics. To understand the position of a queen is to embrace the contradictions that come with power. It meant being revered yet isolated, adored yet feared. Elizabeth often found solace in the company of other strong women. She drew strength from figures like Catherine de' Medici and Mary, Queen of Scots. But even those bonds were fraught with tension. Alliances could shift like sand, and one false move could unleash a storm that would drown her reputation. The letters exchanged between queens were often laced with veiled threats, a silent dance of predators in a world where the line between friend and foe blurred. As the months turned to years during her reign, Elizabeth learned to navigate the storms that raged both within her court and beyond. The threat of invasion from Spain loomed large, with the Armada casting a long, dark shadow over her reign. The people looked to her for reassurance, and she stood firm, her resolve shining through the fear that gripped the nation. Her speeches ignited flames of patriotism, invoking a sense of unity that would embolden her people against the enemy. But even the most formidable of queens had moments of vulnerability. Even as her confidence grew, Elizabeth often found herself staring into the mirror, questioning her decisions. The choices she made echoed in the silence of her chambers, and sometimes the reflection that stared back revealed not a queen, but a woman burdened by the weight of her crown. It was in these quiet moments that the true essence of her power emerged, a blend of strength and vulnerability that turned her into a symbol of resilience. The world outside her palace walls was in constant flux. New discoveries from the New World trickled into the courts of Europe, forever changing the landscape of trade, culture, and power dynamics. The arts flourished under her patronage, and the works of Shakespeare, Marlowe, and Spencer became the heartbeat of her era. Art became a tool, a means for her to communicate with her subjects and future generations, weaving the very fabric of her legacy. Yet, even with so much light surrounding her reign, shadows lurked at the edges. Secret plots festered, and the threat of assassination was ever present. The very act of ruling became a game where one misstep could lead to ruin. Elizabeth was not just a figurehead. She was a chess master, moving her pieces carefully, each decision calculated with the precision of a surgeon. As her reign progressed, Elizabeth became synonymous with the Golden Age of England. Her presence was magnetic, and her decisions had the power to shift the course of history. The defeat of the Spanish Armada in 1588 was hailed not just as a military triumph but as a testament to her leadership. Yet in the aftermath, even as she celebrated victory, the specter of uncertainty loomed large. Who would succeed her? The question haunted her. With no heir, the throne's future seemed precarious, a fragile thread upon which the kingdom dangled. Each day passed with the weight of anticipation, the tension of knowing that history was being written with every decision she made. Elizabeth I was not merely a queen. She was the embodiment of her nation's resolve and spirit. The people looked to her for guidance, for strength, and in that gaze, she found both purpose and a profound loneliness. As twilight descended upon the land, a chill crept into the air, and Elizabeth pondered her legacy. The weight of her crown felt heavier than the gold it was made of, and the whispers of history beckoned her to consider not just the present but the past that shaped her. And yet, even in the solitude of her thoughts, the world around her remained vibrant, a reminder that the position of a queen was not just a role, but a dance with destiny itself. The air in the grand hall of Xerxes' palace crackled with a tension that could be felt in the bones of every man and woman present. Golden light streamed through intricately carved columns, casting flickering shadows on the polished marble floor, where servants darted like whispers, eager to fulfill the unspoken desires of their imperial master. The king, a towering figure draped in resplendent silks and adorned with jewels that caught the light like 1,000 stars, sat upon his throne, a mountain of authority amidst a sea of intrigue. Xerxes, the great king of kings, was a man whose gaze could chill the most audacious of hearts. His deep-set eyes, dark as storm clouds, flickered with the weight of expectations and ambitions. Each day, he reveled in the display of his power, yet behind his regal facade lay the constant threat of betrayal lurking in the shadows. Around him, the courtiers, dressed in their finest robes, measured their words and gestures with the precision of master chess players, acutely aware that a single misstep could spell doom. As he surveyed the room, Xerxes heightened the stakes. A subtle nod here, a dismissive wave of the hand there. With each gesture, he orchestrated the dance of loyalty and fear that defined his court. The air was thick with the scent of incense, masking the underlying smell of sweat and trepidation. Every man and woman felt it, the unrelenting pressure to please, to flatter, to align with the king's ever-changing whims. At the edge of the court, a young nobleman named Artabanus watched with a mix of admiration and apprehension. He had long dreamed of gaining favor with the king, yet felt the icy fingers of doubt wrap around his heart. How could he navigate this treacherous landscape? Here, allies were often foes in disguise, each seeking to claw their way closer to the king's golden throne. Artabanus clenched his fists, acknowledging the truth that everyone else tried to ignore. Loyalty was as fleeting as the flicker of a candle flame. In a sudden display of grandeur, Xerxes rose from his throne, his voice echoing through the hall like thunder. "Bring forth the emissaries from Greece." The command rattled through the court, sending ripples of shock through the gathered nobles. The king, determined to avenge the slight against Persian pride at the Battle of Marathon, sought to remind everyone that even in the face of defeat, his ambition remained unwavering. 2 emissaries, clad in simple tunics that contrasted sharply with the splendor around them, were ushered forward. Their eyes darted nervously, the weight of the moment heavy on their shoulders. Artabanus watched as they knelt before the throne, their heads bowed low, yet he could see the flicker of defiance behind their downcast gazes. It was an audacious move, one that could lead to their ultimate demise, but also a testament to the fierce spirit of the Greeks. Xerxes leaned forward, his voice low and menacing. "Do you come to plead for your lives, or to taunt the might of Persia?" The hall fell into a hushed silence, and Artabanus felt his heart race. He could sense the tension, a thick fog of uncertainty enveloping the room. The emissaries exchanged quick glances, their resolve wavering, yet they stood firm. "We come to offer peace, great king." One of them finally spoke, his voice steady despite the tremor of fear. "But know this, we will never bow to tyranny." Gasps echoed throughout the court. Artabanus felt the blood rush to his cheeks, a mix of admiration and horror. Was this young man truly brave or simply foolish? The king's laughter boomed through the hall, reverberating like a battle cry. Foolishness it is, then? Xerxes roared, his face dark with fury. You think you can insult me and walk away unscathed? The tension coiled tighter, and Artabanus braced himself. He could feel the eyes of the court upon him, weighing his potential as an ally or a target. The precarious balance of power was shifting like sand beneath their feet. As the emissaries stood before the king, their fate hung in the balance. But in that moment, Artabanus saw an opening. His heart raced, pounding against his chest like a war drum, urging him to seize the moment. He found himself stepping forward, his voice trembling yet resolute. I stand with the Greeks. A man may be a king, but a king must earn respect, not demand it. If we are to conquer, let us do so with honor, not fear. A hush fell over the hall, the air thick with disbelief. The courtiers exchanged nervous glances, the weight of Artabanus' words creating a rift in the carefully constructed facade of loyalty. Xerxes' eyes narrowed, the fury building within him like volcanic ash, ready to erupt. Artabanus braced himself for the storm, the danger palpable. You dare speak to me, boy? Xerxes' voice dropped to a menacing whisper, cutting through the silence like a knife. The court held its breath, the tension choking the very air they breathed. Artabanus felt the heat of the king's anger wash over him, but he stood firm, the fire of conviction burning bright within his chest. I speak truth, my lord. A king without respect is a king without power, he urged, his heartbeat a relentless drum echoing in his ears. The court was frozen, caught in the grip of uncertainty, and even Xerxes seemed momentarily taken aback. For a fleeting moment, the king wrestled with his fury, the flicker of doubt evident in his eyes. Would he crush this bold voice or recognize it as a challenge to elevate his reign? The court, once a place of unwavering devotion, now felt like a powder keg, the air thick with anticipation. The precipice of decision loomed before them, and the power dynamics within Xerxes' court hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of chaos. A storm was brewing, and Artabanus could feel it in the marrow of his bones. Would Xerxes retaliate with rage, shattering the fragile alliance of the court? Or would he see the glimmer of wisdom hidden within the daring act of defiance? As the tension thickened, whispers of alliances formed in the shadows, and the seeds of conspiracy took root. In the court of Xerxes, where loyalty was as fleeting as a summer breeze, the stage was set for a battle that transcended mere ambition. The stakes were higher than ever, and the tension rippled through the hall, a reminder that power, once claimed, could be lost in an instant. And just as the winds of fate shifted, the door to the future creaked open, revealing the uncharted territories of ambition, betrayal, and the relentless pursuit of power. In the dim light of a flickering oil lamp, Esther sat quietly, her heart racing as she gazed at the figures dancing in the shadows. The air was thick with uncertainty, and the weight of her destiny felt almost unbearable. She was a young woman thrust into a whirlwind of circumstance, yet somehow she was not alone. Somewhere in the periphery of her mind, she could feel the steady presence of her cousin Mordecai. His influence wrapped around her like a warm shawl, grounding her amidst the chaos of the Persian court. Mordecai had always been there, a steadfast sentinel in her life. With every secret shared and every whispered word of encouragement, he had woven a tapestry of strength around her. Even now, as she prepared to step into a world where danger loomed large, his lessons echoed in her heart. Courage isn't the absence of fear, my dear Esther, he had told her countless times, but the will to stand firm despite it. She remembered the days of her childhood, running through the bustling streets of Shushan with Mordecai by her side. He had taken her hand and taught her the stories of their people, tales filled with struggle and triumph. Each story was like a brick in the foundation of her identity, instilling in her a sense of purpose and pride. There had been days when she had wanted to hide from the world, to retreat into the safety of her home. Yet Mordecai's unwavering belief in her sparked a flame of ambition within her, urging her to rise above her fears. Now, as she prepared to meet King Ahasuerus, Esther could feel that flame flickering back to life. She recalled the moment when Mordecai had first told her of the king's decree, a decree that threatened all of their people. The anxiety in his voice had been palpable, his brow furrowed with an intensity that made her heart sink. "You have to speak to the king," he said firmly, his grip on her shoulders tightening. "You must be our voice, Esther. You are in a position to change everything." Those words hung in the air like a storm cloud, heavy with potential. Esther had quaked at the thought of approaching the king uninvited. The very notion sent chills down her spine. But Mordecai had looked deep into her eyes, and in that moment, she understood the enormity of her responsibility. The weight of her lineage rested heavily on her shoulders, yet there was also a glimmer of hope, a chance to save her people. As she prepared for the royal court, Mordecai's voice echoed in her mind. "You were born for a time such as this," he had said, his eyes gleaming with conviction. The memory of his faith in her surged through her veins, igniting a fire in her spirit. She could not let fear dictate her fate. She had to stand tall, to confront the dark tide that threatened to engulf her world. And just when the enormity of her task began to crush her spirit, there was a knock at the door. It was a gentle rap, but it sent a jolt through her. "Esther." Mordecai's voice seeped through the wood, soothing yet commanding. "You must remember who you are." The urgency in his tone stirred something primal within her, and she opened the door to find him standing there, with eyes full of wisdom and love. "Tonight you will go before the king," he said softly, yet there was a steel-like determination in his posture. "But it is not merely your beauty that will save us. It is your heart and your courage." Those words sank deep into her, intertwining with her essence. Mordecai was not just a cousin. He was her anchor, her strength, the embodiment of resilience. As she stepped into the grand hall, where it felt like the very air crackled with tension, she could almost hear his steady heartbeat echoing in her own. She recalled the countless times they had huddled together in their small home, exchanging stories late into the night, building dreams of a future together. Mordecai had taught her that even in the darkest of times, there was always a flicker of light to guide one's way. As she approached the throne, her heart thundered in her chest. The room was filled with the murmurs of courtiers, and their eyes were like daggers, piercing her with a mixture of curiosity and disdain. Yet she stood taller, thinking of Mordecai's unwavering encouragement. He had instilled in her the belief that her voice mattered, that she could make a difference. In that moment, all the stories he had shared rushed back to her. The tales of bravery, sacrifice, and the unyielding spirit of their people. As she opened her mouth to speak, she could almost feel Mordecai's presence beside her, urging her on. "Speak the truth, Esther," she imagined him saying, his voice a blend of warmth and urgency. "Let them hear your heart." And with every word that poured forth, she felt Mordecai's influence guiding her, as if his spirit intertwined with hers. The room fell silent, hanging on her every syllable. She was not merely a young woman in a beautiful gown. She was a beacon of hope, a brave soul willing to risk everything for the sake of her people. As she recounted the plight of her kin, Esther felt a transformation within her. Each word spoken was like a thread, weaving her closer to her destiny, drawing upon the strength of her lineage and the unwavering support of Mordecai. She saw him in her mind's eye, standing proud, a smile of encouragement lighting up his face. He had believed in her, and now he was with her in every sense. But just as she began to feel the weight of despair lifting, a new tension crept into the room. The king's expression shifted, and the shadows of doubt loomed large. Esther's heart raced, but Mordecai's voice rang clear in her memory. "You are stronger than you know." With every ounce of courage she could muster, she stood her ground, ready to navigate the storm brewing around her. The essence of her beloved cousin fueled her drive, igniting a fierce determination that coursed through her veins. Their story was just beginning, intertwined with fate, conflict, and the promise of hope. In that moment, she realized that she wasn't just fighting for herself. She was fighting for an entire nation, a legacy that Mordecai had helped her to see, to understand, and to cherish. The battle lines were drawn, the stakes were high, and in the depths of her heart, she knew that she would not falter. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the bustling streets of Shushan. Merchants shouted their wares, their voices mixing with the laughter of children playing nearby. Yet, a heaviness lingered in the air, an unspoken tension that gnawed at the edges of everyday life. In a modest corner of the city, Mordecai sat at the gate, the weight of his world pressing down upon him. His mind was not on the market or the trivial matters of the day. It was consumed by a whisper of danger that had recently brushed against his ears. Mordecai had always been keenly aware of the undercurrents of royal life. As a Jew living in a foreign land, he was cautious, always observing, always listening. But today his instincts screamed at him. The chatter among the guards, the secretive glances exchanged between men in dark cloaks, it all pointed to something sinister. He strained to catch every word, every hint that would reveal the threat lurking just beneath the surface. "Two of the king's eunuchs," a guard said, his voice low, almost conspiratorial. "They speak of a plot against King Ahasuerus. They're planning to kill him." Mordecai's heart raced as he absorbed the words. The king, though he ruled with a heavy hand, was still a man of power, and the thought of his assassination sent chills down Mordecai's spine. What would become of his people if such chaos erupted? What would happen to Esther, his beloved cousin, who now lived as the queen? The stakes were impossibly high, and Mordecai felt a flicker of dread spark into a flame of resolve. He had to act. Time was of the essence. The plotters were likely already scheming, their plans darkening like storm clouds overshadowing the sun. He knew he had to find a way to inform the king of this treachery. But how? He was just an ordinary man, a Jew in a land where his people were often seen as outsiders. Yet, the weight of responsibility bore down on him. He could not let fear paralyze him. His mind raced, strategizing his next move. He could go to the palace, but the guards might dismiss him. They wouldn't believe a mere gatekeeper's warning. Instead, he decided to reach out to Esther, hoping that her position as queen might lend credibility to his urgent warning. Mordecai could envision her regal form, the way she carried herself with grace, her beauty illuminating the darkest corners of the court. But would she listen? Would she understand the gravity of what he had discovered? Determined, he made his way through the crowded streets toward the palace. Each step felt heavier than the last, weighed down by the urgency of his mission. As he approached the grand entrance, the guards eyed him with suspicion. Mordecai took a deep breath, steeling himself against their scrutinizing gazes. He stepped forward, his heart pounding, emotions swirling in a turbulent mix of anxiety and hope. "Please, I must speak to Queen Esther," he implored, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside. "It is a matter of life and death." After what felt like an eternity, the guards conferred among themselves before allowing him passage. As he crossed the threshold into the palace, the vibrant colors and rich textures of the royal chambers enveloped him, a stark contrast to the impending danger he carried within. He was led to where Esther was, an inner sanctum filled with the scent of spices and the sound of soft laughter. But Mordecai's heart raced with the knowledge of the chaos brewing just beyond the walls. When Esther saw him, her expression shifted from joy to concern. "Mordecai, what brings you here?" She stepped forward, a hint of worry etching her delicate features. "There is no time for pleasantries," he said, urgency spilling from his lips. "There is a plot to kill King Ahasuerus. 2 of his own eunuchs are planning to murder him. You must warn him." Her eyes widened, disbelief washing over her face before it transformed into a focused determination. "Are you certain?" she asked, her voice trembling slightly, but the steel in her demeanor was unmistakable. She had always been a woman of strength, and Mordecai admired her for it. "I heard it with my own ears, Esther. We have to act quickly. If we do not warn him, chaos will engulf us all," he insisted, feeling the gravity of the moment. The weight of the kingdom rested on their shoulders. Esther nodded, her resolve firming. "I will do it, but you must understand, revealing this could risk our lives. If the king learns that I am involved, I could be put to death." Mordecai's heart twisted at the thought of losing her. "You must trust me. This is not just about us. It is about the fate of our people." In that moment, the air crackled with tension, a palpable sense of destiny intertwining their fates. Esther had always been the beacon of hope in his life, but now, she was stepping into a perilous path, a step fraught with danger. The love they shared was not romantic, but a bond forged through shared struggles, a fierce loyalty that transcended fear. With a swift nod, Esther turned to summon her attendants. As she prepared to relay the message to the king, the atmosphere shifted. The very walls of the palace seemed to hold their breath, waiting for the storm to break. Mordecai could sense the impending doom, the shadows creeping closer, and he couldn't help but wonder if they were already too late. He could already see the eunuchs lurking in the shadows, their intentions written on their faces, mouths whispering silent threats against the throne. Time slipped through their fingers like sand. Would the king believe them? Would Esther's plea reach the royal ears before it was too late? As Esther stepped away to deliver the warning, Mordecai remained behind, his heart pounding in his chest with every second that passed. The ticking clock of destiny echoed in his mind, reminding him of the fragility of life, the fine line between safety and chaos. Would they succeed? Would their courage ignite a spark of hope? Or would it all end in despair? The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows that danced ominously on the marbled floors of Shushan's palace. Haman, the king's trusted advisor, stood at the balcony, his gaze fixed on the horizon where the last rays of light flickered like the embers of his ambition. In that moment, he felt invincible, a man whose dreams soared higher than the tallest towers of this great city. But a chilling wind whispered through the courtyard, a prelude to the unraveling that would soon ensue. All around him, the world was on fire with power, and Haman, cloaked in layers of silk and arrogance, believed he was untouchable. His heart raced as he recalled the day King Ahasuerus had elevated him to second in command, the envy of every noble in Persia. How they had bowed to him, how they had scowled, and he had relished every moment. Yet, beneath the surface, a seed of anxiety sprouted. For one person refused to bow, Mordecai the Jew. The defiance gnawed at him, a relentless whisper that echoed in the corridors of his mind. Haman's ambition had grown wild and unchecked, like a vine overtaking its trellis. He had concocted a plan that would not only rid him of his nemesis but also elevate him to a level of power that would echo through the ages. A decree to annihilate the Jews. How glorious it would be! With a single stroke of the king's pen, he imagined the streets of Shushan lined with the corpses of his enemies, their blood staining the earth as a testament to his might. He could almost taste the triumph, sweet and intoxicating. But the moment he presented the plan to Ahasuerus, a chill filled the air, thick enough to cut through flesh. "There is a certain people scattered among the nations," he began, masking his hatred with a facade of loyalty. The king listened, his brow furrowed in thought, and for a fleeting instant, Haman sensed a crack in his armor. What if the king were to see through his web of lies? The thought sent shivers down his spine, but he quickly dismissed it, urging the king to see the Jews not as people, but as a problem to be eradicated. Yet, unbeknownst to Haman, the very fabric of his ambition was woven with threads of fate. Queen Esther, a Jewess hidden behind the veils of royalty, learned of his wicked plot. Her heart raced with fear and determination as she stood alone in her chambers, grappling with the weight of her identity and the lives that hung in the balance. She understood that the enemy was not merely a man, but the embodiment of hatred itself. Her resolve hardened, and with it, the delicate threads of Haman's ambition began to fray. As days turned to nights and the sun rose again over Shushan, the air grew thick with tension. Haman, unaware of the storm brewing around him, reveled in his apparent success. He ordered a gallows to be built, towering and grotesque, a symbol of his impending victory. The sight of it filled him with a dark glee, a twisted monument to his power. But even as he basked in the glow of his own delusions, the sinister winds of change began to blow. Mordecai, steadfast and unyielding, refused to bow before Haman's overwhelming presence. He had heard the decree, and it pierced him like a dagger, but he remained resolute, believing that divine intervention was at hand. As he walked through the market square, his heart burned with the weight of his people. He would not stand idly by as Haman's ambition threatened to swallow them whole. The defiance that had once attracted Haman's ire now ignited a fervor in the hearts of many. Meanwhile, Esther prepared for the greatest risk of her life. She would confront the king, uninvited and unannounced, and reveal her lineage, the very thing Haman sought to extinguish. Each breath felt like a thunderclap in her chest, each moment stretching into eternity as she gathered her courage. The stakes had never been higher, for if Ahasuerus turned against her, all hope would vanish like morning mist. The banquet she planned felt both thrilling and terrifying, a setting for truth to collide with deception. Haman, oblivious to the true nature of her intentions, reveled in the exclusive invitation, his head swelling further with pride. He believed that he was at the center of the universe, the orchestrator of his own fate, while the threads of his undoing were being spun all around him. On the eve of the banquet, Mordecai's defiance echoed through Haman's thoughts, a relentless drumbeat urging him to take action. He tossed and turned, plagued by dreams of gallows and shadows. As the stars twinkled mockingly in the night sky, his ambition began to crack, revealing the fragile man beneath the layers of power and pride. What if this was not his moment, but his downfall? The question haunted him, but he brushed it aside with a sneer. When the sun rose, it cast a pale light over the palace, illuminating the faces of those who had once bowed to Haman. It was time for the banquet, a feast that would seal his fate. As he entered the grand hall, adorned with gold and opulence, the air crackled with tension. Esther stood before him, regal yet trembling, a figure of grace standing against the tide of his ambition. With each moment that passed, Haman felt the walls of his world closing in. The banquet would be his crowning achievement or his ruin. As Esther prepared to reveal her truth, the ground beneath Haman began to tremble. The scales of fate, so finely balanced, were shifting, drawing him closer to the edge. In that fleeting moment before Esther spoke, a silence enveloped the room, thick enough to stifle a scream. Haman's heart raced, caught between the exhilaration of victory and the dread of exposure. The threads of his grand design, spun from malice and greed, were beginning to snap like fragile twine. And as the truth hung in the air, heavy and electric, the chilling realization dawned upon him. Every ambition has a cost, and the price of his had come due. Shadows flickered against the grand walls of the Persian palace, where secrets danced in the dim light. The scent of jasmine and incense hung heavily in the air, a deceptive veil covering the brewing storm beneath the opulent surface. In the royal court of King Ahasuerus, cheers and laughter echoed, yet a dark ambition smoldered within the heart of a man who sought power above all else, Haman. Haman stood tall, his elaborate robes shimmering like a snake's skin, an outward symbol of his position as the king's most trusted advisor. His eyes glimmered with a dangerous intelligence, always calculating, always scheming. But it was not merely the king's favor that he desired. It was the kind of authority that only comes when one is willing to embrace the role of a villain. As the court celebrated, Haman watched from the edges, the whispers of admiration and envy swirling around him like a heavy fog. His rise was no accident. Born into a family with roots tracing back to Agag, a king of the Amalekites, Haman was imbued with a legacy of animosity towards the Jews. This ancient feud simmered beneath the surface, ready to erupt, and Haman was eager to fan the flames. His mind raced with visions of grandeur, where his name would echo through history, not just as a king's advisor, but as a ruler in his own right. Rumors whispered through the palace, weaving tales of a man named Mordecai, a Jew who refused to bow before Haman. That simple act of defiance ignited a firestorm within him. Each day, as Haman walked the palace halls, he could feel the weight of Mordecai's disrespect. How could anyone, especially a lowly Jew, dare to challenge him? The thought gnawed at him like a relentless itch he could not scratch. In the stillness of night, Haman crafted a plan. He would not simply attack Mordecai. He would annihilate his entire people. With each stroke of his pen, he drafted a decree calling for the destruction of the Jews throughout the vast Persian Empire. The ink dried, but the implications were still wet with blood. A chilling proclamation that would soon seal the fate of countless innocent lives. In his mind, he could already hear the cries of despair, the sounds of a people brought to their knees. It thrilled him. As he presented his decree to the king, a chill ran through the room. Ahasuerus, seated on his throne, listened with a mix of intrigue and unease. The king valued loyalty above all, and Haman's fervor was intoxicating. Unbeknownst to him, the seeds of destruction were being sown right under his nose. Haman's heart raced as he watched the king's face, waiting for that moment of consent, when power and cruelty would intertwine. Days turned to weeks, and the air grew thick with tension. Mordecai, with his unyielding spirit, became a beacon of hope for his people. His refusal to bow was more than defiance. It was a challenge to Haman's twisted ambition. The Jewish community quaked in fear, but deep within the shadows, they began to rally around Mordecai. They sought counsel, shared their fears, and wove together a tapestry of resistance. The stakes were high, and the tension crackled like thunder in the distance. A storm was approaching. Haman, blissfully unaware of the strength of unity that stirred among the Jews, continued his ascent, basking in the false glow of power. He reveled in the lavish parties, surrounded by sycophants who fawned over him, attempting to outdo one another in praise. Yet somewhere in the back of his mind, a nagging doubt took root. Mordecai's refusal to bow was a seed that had taken hold in his consciousness, growing into a relentless obsession. Haman's nights were filled with restless dreams where he saw himself on a throne, the world at his feet, yet Mordecai stood defiantly in the shadows. Days bled into nights, and the decree went out like a dark cloud covering the land. Panic swept through the Jewish communities as they learned of their impending doom. Fears of the unthinkable crept in, yet Mordecai urged his people to stand firm. He sent word to Esther, the queen who, unbeknownst to Haman, shared their heritage. The weight of a nation rested on her shoulders, and in those moments, Haman's heart raced with the thrill of impending victory. But whispers of rebellion began to stir, echoing through the palace corridors. Esther, a woman of remarkable courage, found herself at a crossroads, torn between loyalty to her people and her love for the king. Haman's plot was tightening like a noose, but within her, a flicker of hope ignited. She knew she had the power to confront the twisted narrative that Haman had woven. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the palace, the atmosphere became electric with anticipation. Haman had no idea that his carefully constructed plans were unraveling. The tide was slowly turning against him, but he remained blissfully confident, unaware that enemies were lurking in the most unexpected places. The stage was set for a confrontation that would shake the very foundations of power in the Persian Empire. His laughter echoed in the halls, drowning out the cries of the innocent, as he plotted to eliminate his greatest rival, only to find that the very walls he had built would soon begin to crumble. With each passing day, the air became more charged with desperation and resolve. The fate of an entire people hung in the balance, and as the threads of destiny intertwined, Haman's story was only beginning to unfold. A tale of ambition, hatred, and the unyielding strength of hope, where the villain's rise may soon face its reckoning. In the shadow of the grand palace of Shushan, where silk and gold wove dreams of power and prosperity, a sinister plan began to take its form. Haman, the king's most trusted advisor, strode through the bustling streets, his heart a storm of ambition and resentment. Behind the polished smile lay a darkness that could consume nations. Whispers of his disdain for the Jews curled through the air like smoke from a fading fire. Each step echoed with the heavy weight of impending doom, each breath laced with the bitterness of perceived slights. As he approached the throne room, the weight of 1,000 crushed hopes pressed down upon him. The king, Ahasuerus, sat enthroned, surrounded by loyal subjects, his laughter ringing through the opulent hall. Yet, beneath that facade of grandeur, Haman's heart thudded with a singular purpose: to rid the empire of a people he could not conquer, a faith that stood as a silent testament against the tide of his ambition. The Jews had refused to bow before him, a small act of defiance that festered in his heart like an untreated wound. He had tried to reason with them, to sway them with promises of power and wealth, but they remained steadfast, guided by their faith. His rage felt like fire coursing through his veins, igniting thoughts of revenge that would not be quelled. As he approached Ahasuerus, Haman's mind raced with cunning ideas, plotting the downfall of an entire people, a genocide cloaked in the guise of loyalty to the crown. "Your Majesty," Haman spoke, his voice smooth as oil, "there exists a people within your realm, scattered and separate, who do not follow your laws. They are a threat to your reign, a cancer that must be excised." He watched the king closely, searching for the flicker of interest in Ahasuerus' eyes. "If it pleases you, grant me the authority to act against them. A single decree, and I will rid your kingdom of this disloyalty." The king, his brow furrowed with the weight of governance, considered Haman's words. The mention of loyalty stirred something within him, something protective of his throne. "What do you propose?" Ahasuerus asked, a hint of curiosity threading through his voice. Haman's heart raced with excitement, the dark clouds of his plans swirling into a tempest of possibility. "A decree, sire, that allows us to annihilate this people on a single day. Let it be known throughout your vast kingdom that any who dare to rise against your command will face swift judgment. We shall seize their wealth and ensure that no trace of them remains." The king's eyes gleamed with greed as he leaned into Haman's pitch. What of their faith, their customs? Will they not fight back? A smirk curled on Haman's lips, the vision of a bloodied battlefield dancing in his mind. "They are weak, divided by their own beliefs. They will not unite against the might of your army. We shall strike them down and fill our coffers with their riches." As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of crimson, the edict of annihilation began to take shape. Haman handed Ahasuerus a scroll, its parchment crisp and waiting to bear witness to history's darkest ink. The king, in a moment of impulsive agreement, took his signet ring and pressed it into the wax seal, sealing the fate of an entire people with a single stroke. Outside, the streets remained alive with laughter and chatter, oblivious to the storm brewing within the palace walls. Haman's laughter joined the evening air, a chilling sound that carried on the wind, wrapping around Shushan like a cold embrace. He could already envision the chaos, the fear that would grip the hearts of the Jewish people, the way their eyes would widen in horror as they realized the impending doom barreling towards them. Days turned into weeks, and as the scrolls spread across the land, fear took root in the hearts of families. Mothers clutched their children tighter, fathers' brows furrowed with worry as they heard the whispers of death approaching. The once vibrant community began to dim, shadows creeping into their lives, the threat of annihilation looming like a dark cloud overhead. In the quiet of their homes, the air became thick with sorrow and disbelief. They gathered in hushed circles, reading the decree over and over, hoping that perhaps, in the light of day, it would transform into something less horrific. But the truth weighed heavily upon them, each word cutting deeper than swords. The edict of annihilation was real, and it was coming for them. Haman reveled in the fear he had unleashed, feeling the intoxicating power of control surge through him. He envisioned the day of slaughter, where he would stand atop the ruins of their existence, proud and unchallenged. As days turned into a countdown, he found his heart dancing with a dark glee, each tick of the clock echoing the heartbeat of a nation that would soon be no more. But unbeknownst to Haman, there was a glimmer of hope. Esther, the brave queen hidden among the shadows of her own people, learned of the decree. The weight of her secret identity rested heavily on her shoulders, for she had been raised in the very community that now faced extinction. Her heart raced with the fear of losing her kin, her people, her faith. "Who will stand for us?" she whispered into the darkness of her chamber, the suffocating weight of despair pressing down. In that moment, the fire within her ignited. She would not allow the darkness to win. With resolve bolstered by love and loyalty, she prepared to confront the king, to reveal her true identity and plead for her people. As Haman continued to bask in the glow of his vicious plan, plotting and scheming with a growing sense of invincibility, the winds of change began to stir. The very fabric of fate was woven with threads of courage and defiance, and soon those threads would unravel the dark tapestry he had so carefully crafted. The stage was set, the players moving into position, but Haman remained blissfully unaware, lost in the thrill of his impending triumph. The clock ticked down, and with each passing moment, the world edged closer to a reckoning that would shake the foundations of empires and reveal the true strength of faith against tyranny. Esther stood at the threshold of the king's grand hall, the air thick with tension, 1,000 voices clamoring within her mind. The golden rays of the late afternoon sun streamed through the intricately designed windows, illuminating the lavish surroundings of the palace, but they failed to warm the chill that gripped her heart. She could hear the hushed whispers of those around her, the courtiers' curious glances like daggers aimed at her back. Each heartbeat felt heavy, echoing the weight of her decision. Silence loomed over her, a silence that felt alive, brimming with unspoken truths and hidden fears. This was not just any moment. It was a crossroad where destiny met doubt. Would she shatter the silence surrounding her people, or would she draw her lips tight, locking away the truth beneath layers of fear? The shadows of her ancestors seemed to close in, their eyes heavy with expectation. The fate of her people rested precariously on her shoulders. Jewish lives hung in the balance, each heartbeat a reminder of the edict that condemned them. All around her, the vibrant colors of the palace seemed to fade, replaced by the stark reality of the decree that threatened to blanket her world in darkness. Esther's thoughts raced as she recalled the chilling words of Haman, the king's trusted advisor. His voice dripped with malice, a cruel orchestration of power that sought to exterminate her kin. In this moment, she was not just a queen. She was a beacon of hope for her people. Yet hope was a fragile thing, easily shattered by the weight of fear. Esther's mind wandered to her cousin Mordecai, whose unwavering faith in her had ignited a flame of courage within her. Who knows? Perhaps you have come to royal position for such a time as this. He had urged her, and those words clung to her as tightly as a lifeline. But what did it mean to act? To speak? The price of her silence now seemed unbearable, yet the danger of her voice could be lethal. Every glance from the court made her pulse quicken. What if she spoke out and was met with scorn? What if the king, her own husband, turned against her? The very thought sent chills down her spine. Yet, was she not living in a world that demanded she choose between loyalty and justice? The conflict twisted inside her, each side pulling her in a different direction, and the space between desire and duty felt insurmountable. As she stood there, frozen in time, Esther's mind replayed the stories of her people, of their struggles, their sacrifices, and the generations that had come before her. The echoes of their voices rang in her ears, urging her to rise, to stand firm. Her ancestors had endured countless trials, but never had they faced annihilation as they did now. She felt their breath, their pain, their unyielding hope coursing through her veins, each memory adding weight to her decision. The king had summoned her, and she knew the risks of approaching him without being called. A queen who dared to disrupt the protocol could find herself in the embrace of danger. But what was danger compared to the lives of her people? Each moment spent hesitating felt like a betrayal, a choice to remain in the shadows while innocence was condemned to darkness. Esther's pulse quickened as she took a step forward, her feet moving almost of their own accord. With each stride, her heart beat louder in her chest, a war drum signaling her resolve. She could see the king seated on his grand throne, adorned in robes that shimmered like the night sky. He held a goblet in his hand, the wine swirling within it like the storm raging inside her. She felt a single bead of sweat trickle down her spine, but she pressed on, the weight of history propelling her forward. "Esther," he called, his voice rich and warm, but she could hear the undercurrents, curiosity, confusion. She opened her mouth, but no words emerged. The silence was deafening. The court paused, every eye locked on her, and for a moment, everything hung in the balance. The words of Mordecai echoed again in her mind, a relentless chant urging her to speak. Her throat felt tight, constricted by fear and uncertainty. She had to choose. Would she speak the truth that could save her people, or would her voice falter, swallowed by the silence that had enveloped her for so long? Then, out of the shadows, her thoughts darted to the faces of her family, her friends. The laughter and joy they had known, now threatened by a dark cloud of hatred. She breathed in deeply, the scent of spices and incense filling her lungs. The court was still. They were waiting for her, hanging on the edge of an unseen precipice, as though the walls of the palace themselves sensed the gravity of her choice. And just like that, she felt it, the flicker of hope igniting within her, a whisper of strength rising from deep within. She thought of the lives at stake, of the children who would never know laughter if she remained silent. Esther straightened her back, the weight of the crown now a mantle of responsibility rather than a burden. Her heart surged with determination. "I must speak," she whispered to herself, her voice trembling but resolute. In that moment, she felt the presence of those who had come before her, their strength pouring into her like a river breaking free from its dam. She would not betray them. She would not allow fear to dictate her fate. The room seemed to pulse with anticipation, a collective breath held in the balance of her decision. Esther stepped forward, her heart pounding, the silence wrapping around her like a cloak. She opened her mouth, the words ready to spill forth. But would they be enough? Would her courage be enough to change the course of history? The answer hung in the air, electric and alive, as all eyes turned toward her, waiting, hoping, holding their breath for the voice that could alter their fate forever. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the city of Susa. In the shadows of the grand palace, whispers of fate floated like autumn leaves in the wind. The air was thick with tension, a silent storm brewing just below the surface. Esther, the young queen of Persia, felt it in her bones, a strange mix of excitement and dread that made her heart race. It was a feeling she couldn't shake, a sense that the world around her was on the brink of something monumental. Mordecai, her adoptive father and wise advisor, had always been a steady anchor in her life. But now, his voice echoed in her mind, urgent and firm. "Esther, you must go to the king. You must plead for your people." Each word was like a stone dropped into a still pond, sending ripples of anxiety through her. Could she risk it all? The weight of her crown felt heavier than ever, pressing down on her as if the very kingdom rested upon her shoulders. As she paced the cool marble floor of her chamber, memories of her childhood flickered like fleeting shadows. Mordecai had raised her, taught her strength and resilience, but this was different. He had always been there to protect her, yet now he was asking her to step into the fire. The thought ignited a flicker of rebellion in her chest, but it was quickly smothered by fear. The king had not summoned her in days, and to approach him without being called could mean death, an unwelcome end to her dreams and a betrayal of her own heart. Mordecai's challenge was clear, but the fear of failure loomed larger. "Who knows?" he had said. "Perhaps you have come to royal position for such a time as this." Those words haunted her, filled with the weight of destiny. What if she was meant to save her people? What if she was the key to thwarting Haman's evil plot? Yet what if she failed? The internal struggle clawed at her, a tempest of doubt and courage battling for dominance. Outside her window, the bustling streets of Susa thrived with life. The distant sounds of merchants hawking their wares mixed with laughter and joy, unaware of the impending doom that threatened to engulf the Jewish community. Esther could feel their hope, their trust, their unwavering belief that she would act. But how could she? The shadows danced on her walls, taunting her with visions of what could be if she chose to rise to the occasion. With each passing moment, the urgency of the situation pressed down on her, and the throne room felt a million miles away. The image of Mordecai, standing resolute in the face of adversity, filled her with both admiration and uncertainty. She pictured his weathered face, etched with lines of wisdom and worry, a fierce protector who had sacrificed so much for her. The thought of disappointing him gnawed at her heart. In her mind, she replayed their last conversation, a mixture of love, fear, and hope. "You must speak to the king," he urged, his voice steady despite the chaos outside. "If you remain silent, deliverance for the Jews will come from another place, but you and your father's family will perish." The finality of those words echoed in her heart. The lives of her people rested on her shoulders, and the very thought made her blood run cold. As night descended, the palace flickered with the glow of torches, illuminating paths that had seen triumph and despair. Esther felt simultaneously trapped and empowered, torn between the safety of her royal life and the call to fight for those who could not fight for themselves. She gazed into the mirror, searching for a sign, a glimmer of strength within her reflection. The weight of her crown seemed to mock her, a reminder of the responsibility she bore. Would she have the courage to face the king? To step into the lion's den? Moments stretched into eternity as she stood at the crossroads of fate, the future of her people hanging in the balance. A deep breath filled her lungs, but instead of resolve, only hesitation lingered like fog in her mind. She thought of the courage it took to stand up against injustice, and yet here she was, paralyzed by the fear of what might come. Suddenly, she recalled the stories of her ancestors, the trials, the hardships, the unyielding spirit that had kept her people alive through centuries of persecution. They had faced their own moments of uncertainty, and yet they had persevered. What would they think of her now? Would they see her as a coward, hiding behind the walls of the palace while their lives were at stake? A soft knock broke her reverie, and her heart raced. It was one of her maids, sent to remind her of the evening's banquet. The king would be in attendance, and she knew this was her moment. The banquet would be the perfect opportunity to approach him, to unveil the truth hidden beneath layers of deceit. But as the maid spoke, Esther felt the weight of destiny pressing down on her once more. She could hear Mordecai's words echoing in her ears, urging her to act. With trembling hands, she brushed her hair and adjusted her gown, each movement feeling both freeing and suffocating. She caught one last glimpse of her reflection, both a queen and a daughter of a people who had suffered enough. It was then she felt something shift inside her, a flicker of resolve igniting in the depths of her fear. The storm of emotions raged within her, blending sadness with determination, doubt with hope. As she walked toward the banquet hall, each step felt like a beat of a drum heralding a battle yet to come. The murmurs of the guests filled the space, laughter mingling with the clinking of goblets. The king's presence loomed ahead, and she could feel the gaze of every eye upon her, waiting to see what the queen would do next. In that moment, a decision crystallized. The challenge would not be easy, but perhaps she was ready to rise. Esther took a deep breath, her heart pounding like a war cry, and stepped into the fray. The time for hesitation was over. Her people were counting on her, and deep down, she knew she had to fight for justice, even if it meant facing her greatest fears. As she approached the king, the world around her faded into silence, and in that instant, she understood that her destiny was being forged in the fires of courage and sacrifice, a flame that could not be extinguished. The night air was thick with anticipation, crackling like electricity as whispers of a divine urgency swept through the town. Beneath the silver glow of the moon, shadows flickered against the ancient stone of the chapel, where the townsfolk had gathered, hearts pounding in sync with the rhythm of their prayers. Each person came with their own burdens, their fears reflected in the worried lines etched on their faces. But tonight was different. Tonight was a call, a summons from a higher power that could not be ignored. As the clock struck midnight, a hush fell over the crowd. Fathers held their children close, mothers grasped their husbands' hands tightly, and the elderly leaned on their canes, eyes fixed forward as if gazing through the veil of time itself. The atmosphere felt heavy with both despair and hope, an unbreakable bond woven from the fabric of shared trials. A figure emerged from the shadows, his silhouette illuminated in the flickering candlelight. It was the town's pastor, his voice a steady beacon cutting through the thick tension. Every word he spoke was laden with weight, a tether to the spirit that hung in the air. He called for fasting and prayer, invoking the ancient traditions of the faithful who had come before them. The townspeople could feel the heartbeat of generations ringing through his words, each syllable a reminder of their history, of struggles faced and overcome. "Turn your eyes towards the heavens," he urged, his voice rising above the rustle of anxiety. "Our forefathers fasted for deliverance, prayed for guidance when the path was obscured by shadows. Tonight we honor their legacy. We stand united as a community, ready to lay down our distractions and seek the truth that lies beyond our understanding." Tears glistened in the eyes of the old and young alike. They could feel the weight of their ancestors' sacrifices pressing upon them, urging them to heed the call. Stories of famine, war, and pestilence echoed in their minds as they recalled times when their forebears had knelt in prayer, pleading for mercy in the darkest of hours. This was their moment to shine, to rise above the chaos enveloping the world outside these walls. The pastor spoke passionately of fasting, not merely as a denial of food but as a deliberate act of humility and surrender. With every word, he painted a picture of liberation, a stripping away of the worldly to make room for the divine. The townsfolk felt a stirring within them, a yearning to shed the weight of their burdens and connect with the greater purpose that waited just beyond the horizon. As he called upon the community to join him in this sacred act, images of those who had gone before danced in the minds of the crowd. Men and women who had faced insurmountable odds with nothing but unwavering faith. They remembered the stories of the great fasts that had changed the course of history, of kings and queens who had humbled themselves before God, seeking guidance in times of turmoil. The air thickened with emotion, resonating with the shared understanding that they were part of something larger than themselves. A soft murmur began to ripple through the assembly, voices rising in unison, a chorus of desperation and hope. "We will fast. We will pray," they cried out, a tidal wave of commitment surging through the gathering. And as they did, the ground beneath them seemed to tremble with the energy of their collective faith. The pastor raised his arm, his face lit with fervor, and called for silence once more. "Let us prepare our hearts, for the battle we wage is not against flesh and blood, but against the forces that seek to divide and destroy. In unity, we are strong. In prayer, we are powerful." The words hung heavy in the air, a challenge and a promise intertwined. Throughout the night, the townsfolk transformed the chapel into a sacred space, the walls reverberating with the sound of prayer, the soft murmurings of individual pleas blending into a symphony of longing. Some knelt with heads bowed, others raised their hands towards the heavens, and still others paced with fervor, their feet pounding against the stone. Each person became a thread in a tapestry of faith, weaving their stories of pain and hope together, creating a mosaic of humanity that shimmered under the flickering candlelight. Outside, the winds howled, as if the very earth was responding to their call. The sky darkened, clouds swirling into a tempest. Yet within the chapel, a warmth spread, wrapping around the townsfolk like a protective cloak. The pastor sensed it too. The air was electric, charged with an otherworldly presence that enveloped them in its embrace. As the hours slipped by, their voices rose higher, echoing through the night as they poured out their hearts. They prayed for their loved ones, for the sick and the weary, for the land that had suffered under the weight of drought and despair. They prayed for revival, for a rekindling of hope that had flickered dimly in recent times. But among their prayers came a still, small voice, as if the very heavens had opened, inviting them to listen. A profound silence filled the room, a moment of divine pause. They sensed something shifting, a stirring in the air that hinted at the miraculous. What if their prayers were being heard? In that moment, the pastor stepped back, his heart racing with the realization that the call to fasting and prayer went beyond mere tradition. It was a lifeline thrown to a drowning world. As he looked into the faces of the townsfolk, he could see the flicker of faith igniting within them, a flame that would not be easily extinguished. Yet, with every moment of hope, the reality of their struggles loomed large, casting a long shadow over their hearts. They were not just seeking answers. They were facing an unseen enemy that threatened to consume them. But in their vulnerability, they found strength. In their collective fears, they discovered courage. And just as the storm outside began to rage, so too did the fire within the chapel burn brighter, fueled by the resolve of those gathered. The pastor, sensing the culmination of their efforts, beckoned the crowd to stand. Together, united by faith, they raised their voices once more, calling out with a fervor that seemed to shake the very foundations of the earth. Each cry was a plea for intervention, a heart-stirring request for the divine to step into their midst and change their story. The tension in the air thickened, and the storm outside raged on. But within the chapel, there was a sense that something monumental was about to happen. In the grand halls of the Persian palace, where golden light poured through tall windows and the air was thick with the scent of spices and intrigue, a young woman stood alone, her heart racing like a caged bird desperate for flight. Esther, the queen, felt the weight of the crown upon her brow, a heavy reminder of the power she wielded and the peril that loomed outside the palace walls. On this day, the stakes had never been higher. The decree hung over her people like a dark cloud, a death sentence waiting to unfold. Haman's plot had spread like wildfire, threatening the lives of countless Jews throughout the vast Persian Empire. Each heartbeat felt like a drum echoing in her ears, pulling her closer to a decision that would change everything. She knew she had to act, but the fear of rejection gnawed at her insides. Approaching the king without his summons was an act of boldness that could lead to her death. Yet the lives of her people rested in her hands. As she gazed into the polished surface of her mirror, the reflection staring back was both familiar and foreign. The delicate features of her face, framed by cascading dark hair, betrayed nothing of the turmoil within. The queen's heart was a battlefield where fear and courage wrestled for dominance. Would she find the strength to confront the king, to plead for mercy? Or would she allow the haunting specter of Haman's decree to suffocate her people's hope? The echoes of laughter and celebration drifted from the throne room, where the king, Xerxes, held court. His laughter was a sharp reminder of the privilege of his position, a position Esther had once dreamed of. Now that dream felt tainted by the weight of her responsibilities. The sound of revelry mocked her struggle, and she could almost hear her people's cries for help drowning beneath the waves of indifference. She turned away from the mirror, her resolve momentarily faltering. The thought of the king's possible anger, the risk of being dismissed as just another pretty face in a sea of courtiers, sent chills down her spine. Yet, the faces of her family, her uncle Mordecai, her friends, her entire community, flashed in her mind. Their strength anchored her, reminding her of the love she bore for them, a fierce fire igniting in her chest. Esther, she whispered to herself, the name echoing in the silence of her chamber. You cannot turn away. It is now or never. She inhaled deeply, filling her lungs with the air of determination, letting it pulse through her veins. The heavy doors to her chamber creaked open, and in walked her personal maid, eyes wide with concern. Your Majesty, are you well? The king is waiting, she said, her voice tinged with urgency. The words felt like a catalyst, propelling Esther forward. I must prepare, Esther replied, her voice steadier than she felt. She began to don the royal garments, layers of silk that flowed like water over her skin, the fabric whispering promises of authority. Each stitch held the weight of a kingdom, each thread woven with the hope of her people. As she adorned herself with jewels, the glistening stones caught the light, casting shimmering reflections around the room. But the beauty of her adornments could not mask the gravity of her situation. With each item placed, her heart raced faster, the fear swirling within her becoming an unyielding force. What if she failed? What if the king turned away? His heart hardened against her pleas. What if her courage only led to tragedy? But then, against the tide of doubts, another thought rose. What if she succeeded? What if her voice broke through the walls of indifference? What if she could save her people? With every breath, she collected her thoughts, focusing on the purpose that drove her. She was not just Esther, a queen draped in silky garments. She was a guardian of her people, a bridge between two worlds, the opulence of the palace and the struggles of the streets below. Her resolve solidified, brightening the darkness that had threatened to swallow her whole. Stepping out of her chamber, the corridors of the palace loomed before her, each step feeling heavier yet more purposeful. The laughter faded, replaced by the palpable tension that hung in the air, a reminder of the impending confrontation. The throne room doors loomed ahead, ornate and imposing, but Esther's heart surged with a newfound strength. She was not alone. She carried the hopes and dreams of her people with her. Drawing near, she paused, taking a moment to collect herself. The heavy tapestries lining the walls seemed to watch her, their intricate designs telling tales of glory and defeat. With a deep breath, she approached the door, imagining the faces of those who depended on her courage. Then she pushed the doors open. The throne room was a spectacle of wealth and power. Xerxes sat upon his golden throne, surrounded by courtiers adorned in lavish attire, their eyes falling upon her with a mixture of admiration and surprise. Silence enveloped the room. The king's gaze met hers, a flicker of curiosity igniting in his deep-set eyes. Esther's pulse quickened. Here was the moment she had dreaded, the threshold of destiny. She could feel the weight of every gaze upon her, the anticipation palpable. She stood at the precipice of fate, her heart pounding like a war drum. "Queen Esther," Xerxes called, his voice booming yet warm, breaking the silence. "What brings you here, unbidden? Speak." The words hung in the air, a challenge wrapped in an invitation, and for a moment, Esther was lost in the enormity of the moment. This was it, the point of no return. Would she find the strength to utter the words that could change everything? Would her courage be enough to pierce through the layers of royal indifference and reach the heart of the man she needed to sway? In that instant, the world outside faded, leaving only the two of them in a bubble of tension and possibilities. Esther inhaled deeply, ready to pour out her heart and soul. The air crackled with anticipation, a silent agreement that everything was about to change, and she was the catalyst. The grand hall was adorned with shimmering tapestries, the air thick with the heady scent of roasted meats and spiced wines. Flickering candlelight danced upon the polished tables set with golden plates and glistening goblets, each reflecting the anticipation that simmered just beneath the surface. Lords and ladies, clad in their finest silk and velvet, exchanged polite smiles, but behind their masks of civility lay a world of intrigue and unspoken tension. The royal banquet was not merely a feast. It was a battlefield where alliances were forged and rivalries lurked in the shadows. At the head of the long table sat King Ahasuerus, a figure of imposing strength, his sharp eyes scanning the room with the precision of a hawk. Every laugh, every whispered conversation, fueled his awareness of the unsteady dynamics at play. He had invited them all, the nobles, the ambitious, the powerful, but beneath the surface of revelry, a storm brewed. This gathering was not just about food. It was a chess match where each guest was a player, and King Ahasuerus held the pieces. As the first course was served, succulent quail stuffed with fragrant herbs, the tension thickened. Lady Alara, known for her beauty and razor-sharp wit, caught the king's eye. Her presence was magnetic, yet her intentions remained shrouded in mystery. Whispers swirled around her, tales of her cunning strategies and alliances with those who sought to challenge Alaric's throne. She raised her goblet, and her smile was disarming, yet a pulse of ice ran through the king's veins. Could she be a friend or a foe? Alaric knew that one misstep could turn this banquet into a blood-soaked affair. As the night unfolded, the guests began to play their hands. Lord Cedric, a man of wealth and ambition, sat across from Alara. His eyes glinted with greed, a calculating expression settling on his face as he leaned in closer to her. Their conversation was laced with veiled threats and subtle promises that made the air crackle with palpable tension. The king felt the weight of their words, felt them like daggers aimed at his heart. Each smile exchanged between them was a reminder that loyalty was often as fragile as the delicate crystal flutes that adorned the table. The second course, a lavish display of roasted lamb and honeyed carrots, was presented, and with it, a new layer of strategy emerged. The king's trusted advisor, Sir Roland, discreetly made his way through the hall, his keen eyes scanning for any signs of betrayal. He stopped momentarily to share a knowing glance with Alaric. A shared history of battles fought and victories one hung heavily between them. Sir Roland had once saved the king's life, and now, in this sea of gluttony and deceit, their bond felt both a comfort and a burden. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and in strode General Varick, a formidable presence whose loyalty was unquestioned. His armor gleamed in the flickering light, a stark contrast to the lavish attire of the court. The room fell silent, tension rippling through the air as he approached the king. "My liege," he said, his voice steady, "there are murmurs of rebellion in the northern provinces." The weight of those words hung heavily in the air, a stark reminder that the stakes had just risen. The banquet, once a celebration, had transformed into a strategic assembly of survival. The laughter that had once filled the hall now felt hollow, and eyes darted nervously from one side of the table to the other. Conversations turned to hushed whispers, and the king could feel the pulse of uncertainty beating in the hearts of his guests. With every bite of food, every sip of wine, they weighed their options. Friends became foes, and foes became allies as the landscape of the court shifted with each passing moment. As the third course was served, an opulent dish of spiced pheasant, the king had to act. He rose, his voice echoing through the hall, commanding attention. "My friends," he began, his heart racing, "let us toast to our unity and strength, for a divided kingdom will only lead to ruin." The words rolled off his tongue, but they felt heavy with the burden of truth. He raised his goblet, the glint of gold catching the light, and for a heartbeat, the room responded in unison, their voices rising in a chorus of false camaraderie. But even as they toasted, the tension remained. Lady Alara shot a glance at Lord Cedric, a silent exchange that hinted at a power play neither could afford to lose. The king's heart raced as he realized this banquet was more than simply a feast. It was a crossroad of destinies, where every decision could lead to glory or disaster. The laughter returned, but it rang hollow, a facade that masked the underlying dread. And then, like thunder breaking the silence, a servant stumbled, sending a pitcher of wine crashing to the floor. The sound shattered the atmosphere, and all eyes turned to the hapless servant. In that moment of chaos, alliances shifted like sand beneath their feet. The king seized the opportunity, his mind racing with strategies, thinking of how to turn this blunder into an advantage. "Fear not, my loyal subjects," he declared, his voice rising above the clamor. "Let this be a reminder of our fragility. Together we stand strong, but apart we are vulnerable." The words were powerful, but they were also a warning, a reminder that each guest in attendance held the power to tip the scales. The banquet continued, but the air was charged with a sense of foreboding. Would they join forces, or would they succumb to their own ambitions? As the night wore on, the final course, a decadent dessert of honey cakes and fresh fruits, was served, but the indulgence felt bitter on the tongue. King Alaric's heart raced with the weight of decisions looming on the horizon. The iron grip of his kingdom felt as tenuous as the silk threads that adorned the guests' attire. With every passing moment, the stakes rose higher, and the realization dawned that the royal banquet served not only as a feast, but as a crucible for the future of the realm. And just as the evening reached its crescendo, a sudden crash echoed through the hall, a prelude to chaos that was about to unfold. The great hall of the Persian palace echoed with the whispers of silk and the rustle of golden embellishments. Sunlight flickered through the intricately carved windows, casting dancing patterns upon the marble floor. Servants moved gracefully, their eyes averting the gaze of the king's overseers, while the air buzzed with the tension of anticipation. It was a day like no other, a day when the fate of a people hung precariously on the edge of a razor-sharp decision. Esther stood before her reflection, the weight of her impending choice pressing down on her heart. She was not merely a queen draped in fine garments. She was a beacon for her people, a fragile flame amid the storm of impending doom. The decree, cold and merciless, had already spread its dark wings over the land, threatening annihilation against the Jewish population. Despite the luxury surrounding her, Esther felt the chill of despair creeping into her bones as she considered her next move. To enter the king's presence uninvited was to dance with death, a game that could cost her everything. What if he does not extend his scepter? The thought was a viper coiled tightly around her heart. But then, she remembered the stirring words of her cousin Mordecai, who had implored her not to remain silent. Who knows? Perhaps you have come to royal dignity for such a time as this. The echoes of his voice bolstered her resolve, igniting a flicker of courage in her soul. In that moment of reflection, Esther took a deep breath, inhaling the air scented with jasmine and the rich aromas wafting from the kitchens. She thought of her people, hidden away in their homes, trembling in fear. Their lives were woven into her own, a tapestry of shared history and shared suffering. The thought of their faces, bright with hope or dimmed by despair, propelled her into action. She adorned herself, each piece of jewelry feeling like a weight of responsibility, each shimmering fabric a reminder of her duty. As she stepped into the great hall, all eyes turned toward her. The atmosphere shifted, an electric hum of anticipation. The king, seated upon his opulent throne, exuded an aura of power and authority, his stern features softened only by the flicker of interest in his eyes. A hushed silence enveloped the room as Esther approached, each step deliberate, each heartbeat echoing in her ears. The throne loomed before her, a reminder of the precarious balance between life and death, between love and fear. With her heart racing, Esther lifted her chin, her gaze meeting the king's. The world around them blurred, and for a brief moment, it felt as if they existed in a universe of their own. Her pulse quickened, matching the rhythm of her breath as she dared to take a step closer. The scepter glimmered like a beacon of hope, a symbol of the king's power to grant her life or consign her to darkness. Esther, he murmured, the sound of her name wrapping around her like a protective embrace. What troubles you, my queen? Speak, and you shall have what you desire, even half of my kingdom. His voice, deep and commanding, resonated through the hall, stirring the air tinged with tension. Her heart raced. This was the moment she had rehearsed in her mind, yet nothing could prepare her for the weight of its reality. She felt the eyes of the courtiers piercing her, their curiosity mingling with suspicion. Would they judge her? Would they conspire against her? With a deep breath, she swallowed the fear clawing at her throat. "Your Majesty," she began, her voice steady despite the turmoil within. "If it pleases you, let me offer a banquet, a feast where you may dine with me and Haman." The name tumbled from her lips, the sound heavy with the consequences it carried. Haman, the king's trusted advisor, a man whose ambition blinded him to the suffering he wrought. Esther's heart shuddered at the thought of his role in the looming tragedy. The king raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A feast? For what purpose? His interest lingered in the air, a tantalizing promise that could tip the scales in her favor. Esther felt a rush of adrenaline. This was her chance, not just for herself but for her people. "I wish to share my heart with you, my lord, as the queen who stands before you. Let us celebrate, and in the midst of joy, I shall reveal what weighs heavily on my mind." The tension in the hall thickened, a palpable force that wrapped around them. The king, caught in her gaze, leaned forward, as if the whole world had faded away, and they were alone in their connection. "Very well," he declared, his voice filled with regal authority. "Prepare the banquet, and we shall see what is in your heart." As she stepped away, a sense of relief washed over Esther, mingling with a potent mix of dread. The banquet was set, the table lavishly adorned with the finest dishes, and yet, the looming specter of Haman's wickedness cast a shadow over the feast. With each fabric of the feast laid before her, Esther understood the gravity of this moment. The stakes were higher than she could have ever imagined. In the days leading to the banquet, Esther was haunted by sleepless nights, her dreams plagued by visions of her people's despair. Each time she closed her eyes, she saw their faces, lost, broken, shattered by an unrelenting fate. How could she carry the weight of their lives? How could she confront the man who held the power of life and death within his hands? And then the day arrived. The sun hung high in the sky, a fiery orb casting its glow upon the sumptuous spread laid out in the royal palace. Esther felt the weight of the moment pressing down upon her, a palpable tension that seemed to pulse through the very air. As she entered the banquet hall, her heart thundered in her chest, each beat a reminder of the precariousness of her position. The laughter of the king and Haman echoed through the chamber, a stark contrast to the turmoil within her. Esther's heart raced as she prepared to reveal the truth. As she poured wine into the golden goblets, she steeled herself for the moment that would forever change the course of her people's destiny. Would she find the strength needed to change the tides? Would her voice rise above the clamor of the banquet, piercing through the layers of deception and fear? With every passing moment, the air thickened with anticipation, and the eyes of history bore down upon her. The banquet was merely the beginning. She stood at the threshold of destiny, teetering on the brink of revelation. The time had come. The air was thick with the scent of roasted meats and spiced wine, warm and inviting yet laced with an undercurrent of tension. Flickering candlelight danced across the polished wooden tables of the grand hall, casting shadows that whispered secrets of the past. The long table was adorned with a lavish spread, a feast meant to celebrate the dawn of alliances and the renewal of bonds. But instead, it felt like a stage set for unmasking truths. Guests arrived in their finest attire, each bringing not just their vibrant garments but also their hidden agendas, their whispered fears and unsaid words. Eleanor, a woman of striking beauty with a gaze that could cut through the thickest of veils, watched as the guests mingled. The vibrant colors of their clothing seemed to clash against the somber undertones of their conversations. She felt a knot tighten in her stomach as she studied the faces, searching for the flicker of betrayal or the glimmer of deceit. A slight frown creased her brow as Lord Pembroke approached, his jovial laugh echoing off the stone walls, a stark contrast to the weight of the atmosphere. "Eleanor, my dear, are you not enjoying the festivities?" he boomed, though his eyes lingered too long on the table where a single elaborate dish awaited its moment. A roast peacock, its feathers still magnificent, a symbol of pride and prosperity. Yet, it felt oddly sinister, as if it were a harbinger of the truths that lay beneath the surface. "Yes, my lord," she replied, her voice steady despite the turmoil within. "But I cannot shake the feeling that tonight holds more than mere merriment." She turned her gaze towards the towering figure of Sir Gregory, known for his sharp tongue and sharper sword, who stood apart from the throng. His eyes darted from one guest to another, as if tallying the stakes laid before him. As the clock struck 7, the sound reverberated through the hall, a deep, resonant toll that seemed to shake the very foundations of the gathering. All eyes turned to the head of the table, where the host, the Duke of Westridge, raised his goblet high. "To unity and prosperity," he declared, his voice booming. Yet there was an edge to it, a tension that rippled among the attendees. The first course was served, an array of dishes that showcased the culinary artistry of the realm. Yet, as Eleanor took a bite, she couldn't shake the feeling that each taste was seasoned with secrets. The laughter around her felt forced, punctuated by the occasional clink of glasses that echoed like a warning bell. Conversations ebbed and flowed, but beneath the surface, darker currents swirled. The Duke spoke of alliances, yet his eyes flickered to Lady Margaret, her beauty marred by a shadow of discontent. Eleanor observed their interaction closely. A faint smile crossed Margaret's lips as she raised her glass, but her eyes narrowed as they met the Duke's. What lay beneath this charade? It was like a game of chess, each piece poised for battle, yet no one willing to make the first move. Then came the revelation, sudden as a thunderclap. Just as the second course, a splendid fish dish, was served, a loud crash echoed through the hall. The heavy wooden doors burst open, and in strode a figure cloaked in shadows. The guests recoiled, drinks spilling as fear painted their faces. "Your Grace!" the figure shouted, his voice a blend of urgency and accusation. "You speak of unity while your hands are stained with betrayal." The room fell into a stunned silence, the echoes of the accusation hanging in the air like a thick fog. The Duke's expression shifted from shock to indignation. "You dare to interrupt this gathering? State your name," he barked, his voice rising, the jovial facade evaporating into thin air. "I am but a messenger of truth," the figure replied, lowering his hood to reveal a face Eleanor recognized from the whispers in the marketplace. The informant, a man known for his dangerous knowledge and unyielding resolve. "You tread on fragile grounds, Duke. Your plans unravel like the threads of a worn tapestry." Gasps filled the hall, a wave of fear cascading through the guests. Eleanor's heart raced as she felt the weight of the moment pressing down on her. "What does he mean?" she whispered to herself, her palms sweaty against the cool surface of the table. The informant stepped closer, eyes blazing with an intensity that drew all eyes to him. "You dine on the spoils of your treachery," he continued, "and think no one sees. The crown grows weary of your schemes, and the time for reckoning approaches." His voice dripped with a knowing that ignited the air with electricity. The Duke's face hardened as he glanced at his allies, searching for support, but instead found only deepening lines of worry and fear. Eleanor could see the cracks forming in their once united front, the facade of camaraderie shattering like glass under the strain of the truth. "And what of you, Sir Gregory?" the informant challenged, his gaze locking onto the knight, who shifted uncomfortably under the scrutiny. "What part do you play in this twisted tale?" The tension reached a fever pitch, each heartbeat echoing the unspoken alliances and betrayals that had festered in the shadows, now brought to light in a single, dramatic moment. Sir Gregory's face paled, the bravado that once defined him crumbling away. "You speak of treachery as if it is a game," he countered, but his voice lacked conviction. "We are here to forge bonds, not to tear them asunder. This is a moment of unity." A murmur rippled through the crowd, uncertainty mingling with fear as allies began to shift, glancing at one another, their loyalties suddenly suspect. Eleanor felt the tension coiling around her, a living, breathing entity that threatened to crush her under its weight. As she scanned the faces of her peers, she saw that each one was wrestling with their own truths, their own secrets, their own fears laid bare in the flickering candlelight. The informant's eyes sparkled with a savage glee, relishing the chaos he had birthed. "Unity is but a mask, and tonight, we will unmask the true faces behind the smiles." His voice rang out, commanding attention, and he stepped back, arms wide as though embracing the tumult he had created. The air crackled with tension, a palpable energy that made it hard to breathe. Eleanor could feel her heart racing in her chest, the impending sense of revelation hanging heavily in the atmosphere. This was not merely a banquet. It had morphed into a battleground of wits and truths, a stage where masks would fall away, and the true nature of alliances would be revealed. As the guests shifted uncomfortably, the shadows of doubt began to move among them, swirling like the smoke from the now cold dishes on the table. Would the night bring forth the revelation they dreaded, or would they find a way to stitch their frayed bonds back together? Eleanor inhaled sharply, her thoughts racing. Whatever the outcome, one thing was certain. The night had only just begun, and the echoes of truth would resonate long after the last fork had clinked against the plate. The moon hung high, casting a silvery glow over the sprawling expanse of Xerxes' encampment. Shadows danced among the tents, flickering like lost souls in the quiet night. Inside one of the larger pavilions, the air was thick with anticipation. Xerxes sat alone on a woven mat, a scroll unfurled before him, his brow furrowed deep in thought. The flickering light from a nearby oil lamp cast a warm glow on his regal features, but the weight of his empire pressed heavily on his shoulders, and tonight, no amount of luxury could soothe his restless spirit. His advisors had gone to their quarters, the sounds of their laughter and chatter fading away into the night. Here, enveloped in solitude, the greatness of his ambitions clawed at him, whispering doubts that echoed louder than the clamor of 1,000 warriors. He could hear them outside, the men who had pledged their lives to him, who would fight and die for the glory of his name. But how many knew the full extent of what he sought? to be the ruler of all lands, to stand in the shadow of gods. But what if that ambition led to ruin? As he stared at the scroll, a map of lands yet unclaimed, his heart raced. He had conquered much, but the Greeks remained a thorn in his side, their defiance gnawing at his pride. The fresh memory of the Battle of Thermopylae lingered like a bitter taste, a reminder that even the might of Persia could be challenged. He traced the lines on the map with a trembling finger, his mind racing, plotting, imagining the outcome of his next move. Yet with each stroke, the fear of failure bubbled beneath the surface, threatening to drown him. Suddenly, a soft rustle at the entrance drew his attention. A young scribe stepped inside, holding a parchment tightly in his hands. The boy's eyes were wide, shining with the fervor of youth and the weight of urgency. "My lord," he said, breathless. "New reports have arrived from the front lines. The Greeks gather in strength, and there are whispers of a united front." Xerxes felt his heart drop. The boy's words struck him with the force of a spear. A united front? How could they dare? The scribe, sensing the growing tension, continued. "They believe your forces are stretched thin, that the morale among your men wanes. If they strike now, they could—" "Silence!" Xerxes commanded, his voice rising, filled with a mix of rage and fear. He could not afford to show weakness, not even to a simple scribe. But inside, a storm raged. Doubts clawed at his insides, twisting like vipers. The boy flinched but did not retreat. Instead, he leaned closer, his voice lowered to a whisper. "There are also reports of traitors among your ranks, my lord. Discontent simmers among your generals. Some question your leadership." The weight of betrayal hung heavily in the air, a noose tightening around Xerxes' resolve. His grip on the map tightened until his knuckles turned white. His mind raced, piecing together the threads of loyalty that now seemed frayed and tattered. How could he control an empire if he could not even control the hearts of those closest to him? As the night wore on, shadows loomed larger, and the once familiar faces of his generals morphed into specters of doubt. He recalled their laughter, the camaraderie shared over feasts, and yet now, they felt like potential usurpers, ready to plunge their daggers into his back under the cover of darkness. Xerxes closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. He needed to think clearly, to conquer this fear before it conquered him. In the stillness, he remembered the tales his father had told him of the great kings who had risen from nothing, who had faced insurmountable odds with a fierce heart and an unyielding will. His chest swelled with a sudden determination, a fire igniting within him. "Prepare the horses," he ordered, his voice steady now, filled with purpose. "We ride at dawn. I will not let this threat go unanswered. We will crush them before they have the chance to unite." The scribe's eyes widened in disbelief. "But my lord, do as I command." Xerxes interrupted, fury flashing in his gaze. The boy nodded, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, and hurried out, leaving the king alone once more. As the scribe departed, an unsettling stillness seeped into the tent. Xerxes stared at the map again, his mind racing not just with visions of battles and victories, but with the haunting realization that he was standing on the precipice of a great decision. The weight of his choices felt like chains around his heart. What if he failed? What if the weight of his ambition crushed him? For a moment, doubt seeped back in, clawing at the edges of his resolve. Yet, the thought of his empire slipping from his grasp ignited a fierce passion. He was destined to be remembered, to leave a legacy that would echo through the ages. A cold sweat broke on his brow, but his spirit surged with a renewed flame. As he gathered the scrolls, preparing to face whatever dawn would bring, a quiet resolve settled within him. The night stretched on, holding its breath, waiting for the first light of day to reveal the choices made in the dark. He realized that in this sleepless night, he had discovered not just the threats against his empire but the depths of his own strength. And in that moment, as the stars twinkled above like distant eyes watching his every move, Xerxes understood that the battle was not just outside. It raged within. The dawn was coming, and with it, the chance to seize his destiny once more. In the flickering glow of a single candle, the air was thick with tension. Mordecai sat at a small table, the shadows of his humble home stretching across the walls like the looming consequences of his choices. His hands trembled slightly as he held a scroll bearing the royal seal of King Ahasuerus, the weight of it pressing upon his heart like a stone. Just hours before, he had overheard a plot to assassinate the king, a revelation that could alter the course of history. The murmurs of treachery echoed in his mind, a sinister chorus that beckoned him to act. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Mordecai's thoughts spiraled into confusion. He was but a simple Jew living in the vast Persian Empire, yet the fate of a king rested in his hands. What if he spoke out? What if he remained silent? The choices he faced were monumental, and the stakes were higher than ever. His heart raced as he recalled the bitterness of exile and discrimination his people had faced. This was not just about a throne. It was about survival, about honor, about a flicker of hope in a sea of despair. Meanwhile, Haman, the king's right-hand man, walked the opulent halls of the palace with a swagger that masked his dark ambitions. He was a man of influence, a man who thrived on power and disdain. As he plotted against Mordecai, his resentment festered like an open wound. The refusal of Mordecai to bow before him had ignited a firestorm of hatred within Haman. He could not allow such defiance to go unpunished, and soon, his plans would intertwine with Mordecai's fate in ways neither could imagine. Back in his dimly lit home, Mordecai felt the weight of his ancestors on his shoulders. Generations of struggle and resilience surged through his veins. He remembered the stories of his people, how they had endured persecution, how they had clung to their faith against insurmountable odds. The legacy of survival was not just a tale. It was a living testament that battled the darkness of despair. Mordecai's mind raced back to Queen Esther, his cousin, whose beauty and bravery had captivated the king. If anyone could change the course of events, it was her. With newfound determination, Mordecai made the decision that would forever alter the fate of his people. He would send word to Esther. In the royal palace, the queen was often shielded from the harsh realities of her people, yet she was the key to their salvation. He wrote a letter, pouring his heart into every word, pleading for her to intervene. The flicker of hope that ignited within him grew brighter, illuminating the shadows of doubt. As the sun sank deeper, casting an ethereal glow over the city, Esther received Mordecai's message. Her heart raced as she read the words that called her to action. The urgency in his plea resonated within her, stirring a deep sense of responsibility. She was a queen, yes, but she was also a Jew, and the plight of her people was intertwined with her own. But to approach the king without being summoned was a dangerous gamble. She could lose everything: the crown, her life, and the lives of those she held dear. Esther stood at her window, gazing out at the sprawling city below. The palace, once a place of glamour and privilege, now felt like a gilded cage. The weight of her title pressed upon her shoulders, and for the first time, the reality of her position became painfully clear. She had to choose whether to continue living in comfort while her people suffered or to risk everything in a bid for their survival. The tears that welled in her eyes were not just for her own plight but for the countless lives hanging in the balance. In the palace, Haman continued to weave his web of deceit. His influence over the king grew, but so too did his hatred for Mordecai. The gallows he ordered to be built loomed ominously in the courtyard, a grim representation of his twisted sense of justice. The sound of hammers echoed through the halls, a stark reminder of the precariousness of life in the king's court. Each thud resonated like a heartbeat in an atmosphere thick with dread, revealing the impending doom that surrounded Mordecai. Mordecai's resolve hardened as he prepared to face danger for the sake of his people. He had risked everything to save the king, and now perhaps it was time to save his own. As he paced the room, every step reverberated with purpose. His mind raced with thoughts of Esther, the strength she had shown, and the courage that coursed through her blood. Would she rise to the occasion? Would she embrace the mantle of leadership that fate had thrust upon her? With the dawn of a new day, The tension in the palace reached an unbearable peak. Esther knew she had to act. She adorned herself in royal garments, each thread woven with the hopes of her people. The fear that clawed at her insides was countered only by the knowledge that she was not alone. Mordecai's courage pulsed within her, and she stepped forward, ready to confront the king. The moment was electric, charged with unspoken words and unshed tears, where the line between honor and despair blurred. As she approached the throne room, her heart thundered like a distant storm. The king sat there, surrounded by opulence yet blind to the shadows closing in. Her voice, steady and clear, pierced the silence of the chamber. The air crackled with anticipation as she revealed the truth. Every word she uttered was a thread in the tapestry of her people's fate. A plea for justice, a call to action, an unyielding demand for honor. In that instant, time froze. The world outside faded away, leaving only the raw emotion of the moment. The life of Mordecai, the fate of the Jews, and the honor of Esther intertwined, creating a tapestry rich with hope and danger. The turning point had arrived, and the once quiet murmur of destiny now roared like a battle cry, echoing through the annals of history. The stakes had never been higher, and as the tension mounted, the future hung in the balance, waiting for the next move. In the dim light of a lavish palace, Haman stood tall, draped in opulence. His heart raced with the intoxicating thrill of power, his mind swirling with thoughts of his next move. A banquet was to be held, and he, the king's favored advisor, felt invincible. Yet, as he stared at his reflection in the polished marble, a faint quiver of doubt flickered within him, a whisper of fate that he chose to ignore. Haman had orchestrated a plan so grand, so wicked, that it sent shivers down the spines of those who dared to cross him. His plot to annihilate the Jewish people of Persia was fueled by pride, revenge, and a deep-seated hatred for Mordecai, a man who refused to bow before him. The irony was palpable. Haman, with all his power and wealth, was but a puppet in the hands of fate, strings tugged by unseen forces. As he strolled through the palace courtyard, the vivid colors of life danced around him, yet he felt utterly alone. The laughter of servants, the chatter of nobles, all faded into a dull hum. In the distance, he could see Mordecai, the unyielding figure, sitting quietly, a symbol of defiance. Haman's blood boiled. How could this man, a mere Jew, be so audacious? It was a small act of defiance, but in Haman's eyes, it was a full-blown rebellion. A dark cloud of resentment settled over Haman as he plotted a grand gallows, a twisted monument to his vengeance. He envisioned Mordecai swinging lifelessly, the ultimate triumph of his authority. The thought sent a thrill through him, a promise of satisfaction that seemed just within reach. But little did he know, fate was already weaving its intricate tapestry, one that would ensnare him in its merciless grip. The night of the banquet arrived, shimmering with anticipation. Haman entered the grand hall, where the air was thick with the scent of roasted meats and sweet wines. King Xerxes, his host, sat regal and imposing, unaware of the storm brewing beneath the surface. The grand table was adorned with exquisite dishes, yet Haman's eyes were fixed on one thing alone, the chance to bring about his dark desires. As the evening unfolded, Esther, the queen, radiated grace. She was a figure of beauty and strength, yet she bore the weight of her people's suffering on her shoulders. Haman couldn't shake the feeling that something monumental was about to happen, though he brushed it aside, consumed by his dreams of revenge. He laughed boisterously at the king's jokes, masking his anxiety beneath a facade of merriment, unaware that the laughter would soon become his greatest mockery. Esther's voice broke through the revelry, a tremor of tension seeping into the room. "If I have found favor in your sight, O king, and if it pleases you, grant me my life and the lives of my people." The words hung in the air, heavy with dread. Haman's heart thudded violently against his chest as realization crashed down on him like a tidal wave. The queen was a Jew, and in that moment, his carefully crafted schemes began to unravel. Panic gripped Haman as Esther unveiled the truth. The king's eyes blazed with fury, his countenance shifting from amusement to outrage. "Who has dared to do such a thing?" Xerxes roared, his voice echoing through the hall like thunder. Haman's fate was sealed in that instant, every scheme, every plan laid bare before the king's righteous wrath. Desperation clawed at Haman's throat as he fell to Esther's feet, pleading for mercy. But the queen's gaze was unwavering, filled with both sorrow and strength. The tables had turned. The mighty had become the desperate, and the irony of his downfall sliced through the air like a sharpened blade. "Let him be hanged on the gallows he prepared for Mordecai," Xerxes declared, his voice cold and unforgiving. In that moment, Haman's dream of vengeance twisted into a nightmare of his own making. The gallows loomed ominously in the background, a sinister reminder of his hubris. Haman had woven a noose for another, only to find the ropes tightening around his own neck. As Haman was dragged from the palace, the weight of his actions fell heavily upon him. The applause of the crowd felt like 1,000 knives digging into his flesh. He was no longer the powerful advisor. He was a man stripped of dignity, consumed by the very hatred he had tried to wield as a weapon. The shadows of the palace embraced him, a chilling reminder that fate had its own plans, indifferent to human pride. In the chaos of the king's fury and the queen's determination, the story twisted into one of poetic justice. Haman, who once reveled in the delight of his power, now faced the abyss. The irony of fate danced around him like a mocking specter, reminding him of every moment he had laughed, every sneer he had cast towards Mordecai. He had built his gallows with such conviction, now standing as a testament to the folly of arrogance. As the soldiers escorted him to his demise, Haman's heart raced with a chilling realization. He was not only facing death, he was confronting the consequences of his own hatred. The walls of the palace, once his fortress, now echoed with the laughter of his downfall, the silent witnesses to his tragic end. Fate, with its cruel sense of irony, had ensnared him with the very threads he had spun against others. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows over the land, a fitting backdrop for the fall of a man who dared to challenge the very essence of justice. As Haman's fate unraveled, the world turned, oblivious to the drama that had played out in the palace halls. The laughter faded, but the echoes of his hubris would remain, haunting the corridors of history, a warning for all who dared to let pride lead them into darkness. The sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the opulent halls of the Persian palace. A chill swept through the air, rattling the ornate filigree of the windows. Esther stood alone in the dim light, her heart pounding like a war drum, each thud echoing the weight of the world resting on her shoulders. In that moment, she felt the weight of her lineage, the true identity that had been hidden beneath layers of fear and tradition. A whisper flitted through the air, carrying with it the scent of jasmine and fear. It was a reminder of every secret she had tucked away, a reminder that her life had always been a tapestry woven with threads of deception. The grandeur of the palace felt stifling, the lavish banquets and jewels no longer sparkling in her eyes. Instead, they felt like chains binding her to a past she was desperate to escape. Esther had been raised in the shadows of her people, a Jewish girl in a world that often turned its back on those who were different. Her beauty had caught the eye of King Xerxes, but it was her courage that had brought her to this moment. She had been chosen as queen, yet the crown felt heavy, not for the honor it bestowed, but for the truth it concealed. As she paced the marble floor, the pulse of the palace thrummed beneath her feet, a reminder of the lives hanging in the balance. Her uncle Mordecai's words echoed in her mind. "Do not think that because you are in the king's house, you alone of all the Jews will escape." The truth of their identity lay before her, stark and undeniable. She was not merely a queen. She was a beacon of hope for her people, a bridge between two worlds. Outside her chamber, the sounds of laughter and music floated through the corridors, a stark contrast to the turmoil that raged within her. Each note sang of a life untouched by fear, a life that flourished in the freedom of acceptance. Yet, Esther knew that freedom for her people was fragile, teetering on the edge of annihilation. Haman's plot loomed like a dark cloud, ready to rain destruction upon the Jews of Persia. The air grew heavy as she recalled the moment she had learned of Haman's treachery, his desire to exterminate her people. The urgency of the moment had seized her, igniting a fire within her that she could no longer ignore. In that instant, she had resolved to confront the king, to step into the light of her true identity, even at great personal risk. Esther stripped away the layers she had worn, not just of silk and gold but of fear and doubt. She recalled her childhood, the stories her mother had told her beneath the stars, tales of a lineage that stretched back to the patriarch Abraham. She was not just Esther, the queen. She was Hadassah, a name that whispered of strength and resilience. The name spoke of a heritage that had weathered storms, a people who had survived centuries of persecution. With each passing moment, the resolve within her grew stronger. She felt connected to every Jewish soul in the empire, each beat of her heart synchronizing with their silent prayers. Esther knew that she stood at a crossroads, where her identity as queen and as a Jewish woman collided. The moment was a tempest, swirling with tension and fear, but it was also a moment of profound revelation. Finally, the door swung open, revealing Mordecai, his face a mask of worry etched with lines of desperation. "You must speak to the king, Esther. You cannot remain silent," he urged, his voice trembling with urgency. "Your identity is your strength. Do not hide it any longer." Tears brimmed in Esther's eyes as she looked into the face of the man who had raised her, who had protected her with every breath he took. In him, she saw the countless generations of her people, their struggles, their sacrifices, their unyielding spirit. It all rushed back to her, a tidal wave of emotions crashing against the walls she had built around her heart. "I'm terrified, Mordecai," she confessed, her voice barely a whisper. "What if the king does not accept me? What if he turns me away? What if he—" He placed a steadying hand on her shoulder. "This is your moment, Esther. To hide is to deny your true self. You are a daughter of Israel, and with that comes the strength of our ancestors. You carry their hope, their dreams. You must fight for them." His words struck a chord deep within her. The flickering candle beside her cast a warm glow, illuminating the path she had to take. She could feel the tremors of fate beneath her feet, urging her forward. Every nerve in her body ignited with purpose. Esther squared her shoulders, her heart racing with determination. "I will go to the king," she said, her voice steady now, a newfound strength coursing through her veins. The weight of her decision hung in the air, electric, as the reality of her choice settled in. She was not just stepping into the throne room as a queen. She was stepping into her identity as a Jewish woman willing to risk everything for her people. The crown on her head was no longer just a symbol of privilege. It became a symbol of her commitment, her bravery. As they left her chamber, the palace felt alive around her, a living entity saturated with history and power. Each step echoed against the stone, a heartbeat that resonated with her own. With every stride, Esther grew more resolute, ready to unveil the truth in a world that had long shrouded it in darkness. The moment of confrontation was near, an impending storm that would either shatter their world or forge a new destiny. Esther's breath quickened as she approached the king's throne room, the heavy doors looming before her like the jaws of fate. She paused, feeling the energy of her ancestors swirling around her, urging her to embrace the truth of who she was. In that charged silence, she felt both the weight of her identity and the glimmer of hope it held. The lines between who she had been and who she was becoming blurred, transforming her into something fierce and unstoppable. She would reveal her true self, and in doing so, she would unleash a force that could change the course of history. With a deep breath, she pushed the doors open, stepping into the light, ready to unveil the truth that had long been hidden. The eyes of the court fell upon her, and in that instant, Esther knew she was no longer just a queen. She was a voice for her people, a warrior of her faith, a force of nature ready to redefine her destiny. The sun dipped low over Shushan, casting long shadows across the palace grounds. The air was thick with tension, buzzing like a hive disturbed. As the last rays of light flickered out, whispers filled the halls. an ancient prophecy creeping back to life. A heavy silence hung over the royal court, punctuated only by the soft rustle of fine silks and the distant clatter of servants hurriedly preparing for the evening's feast. But tonight the celebration felt different. Danger lurked in every corner, and its name was Haman. With the eyes of the kingdom upon him, Haman strode through the palace, his head held high, his heart pounding in a deadly rhythm. His cloak of pride billowed behind him, a dark omen of the treachery that lay ahead. He felt invincible, cloaked in the king's favor, but fate had twisted plans, like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree. The very air seemed to vibrate with the tension of impending doom. Mordecai watched from a distance, his heart a mix of fear and defiance. Standing amid the crowd, he was a humble Jew, a man of quiet strength who refused to bow to Haman, even as the royal decree demanded it. The courage in his heart sparked a flicker of hope among his people. But in Haman, that defiance ignited a rage as intense as the fires of hell. Mordecai had no idea how the threads of fate would weave their tapestry together, but he felt the pull of destiny, urging him to stand firm. The feast began, laughter echoing through the grand hall, but every chuckle felt like a dagger to Haman's pride. Each clink of goblets was a reminder of the man who dared to insult him, one man against a whole empire. He clenched his fists under the table, his dark thoughts swirling in a tempest of vengeance. The wine flowed freely, but it masked the bitterness brewing within him, a concoction of jealousy and wrath. The other nobles raised their cups to him, oblivious to the storm within. Then came Esther, the queen, beautiful and poised, yet burdened with knowledge that could shatter the very foundations of their world. She had heard the whispers of Haman's plot against her people, and her heart raced with the weight of her responsibility. Tonight, she would play her part in a dangerous game, her life hanging by a thread, yet fueled by an unwavering love for her people. The way she carried herself spoke of courage, but deep down, she quaked at the thought of standing before the king, pleading for mercy. As the evening wore on, the king, Ahasuerus, raised a goblet to Haman in a toast, unaware of the dark cloud that hung over his own kingdom. Haman basked in the moment, his ego swelling like the crescent moon outside. But that moon, so bright and beautiful, also cast shadows, foretelling of the darkness to come. In that very moment, a servant rushed in with news of unrest among the Jews, a whisper that twisted like a knife in Haman's heart. "Bring Mordecai to me," he shouted, his voice cutting through the laughter like a blade. The crowd froze, the atmosphere thickening with anticipation. Haman's eyes narrowed, and for a brief moment, the world hung still. Then came the sound of footsteps, the soft echo of uncertainty reverberating through the hall. Mordecai entered, his expression resolute, unyielding. The air was electric, charged with the unspoken words that hung between them. Haman's face flushed with anger, while Mordecai stood like a rock in the storm, refusing to be swayed. With every passing moment, the tension mounted, a taut string ready to snap. "Why do you not bow to me, Jew?" Haman spat, venom dripping from his words. The audience held its breath, the murmurs rising like ghostly echoes in the vast chamber. "I bow to no man but my God," Mordecai replied, his voice steady as iron. The words hung in the air, a defiance that ignited a firestorm within Haman's chest. In that instant, Haman saw red, an all-consuming fury that blinded him to reason. He felt the ground beneath him shift as the weight of his ambition turned heavy, almost suffocating. In a fit of rage, Haman turned to the king, pleading for permission to execute his vengeance. "Let a gallows be built, high and proud, for Mordecai. Let him hang in the light of day, a warning to all who dare oppose me." The words tumbled from his lips like molten lava, consuming everything in their path. Ahasuerus, caught off guard, nodded absently, unaware of the storm he had just unleashed. As the gallows were constructed, a sense of dread enveloped the city. Nightmares plagued Esther's thoughts. She could feel the impending doom closing in like a vice. Yet, in her heart, a flicker of hope remained. If she could just reach the king before it was too late. Her resolve strengthened. She prepared for a confrontation that could change the course of history. She donned her royal robes, her breath hitching with fear and determination. In the stillness of the palace, shadows danced along the walls, foretelling the clash of destiny. The stage was set, the players poised for action. Haman, in his twisted glee, believed he was untouchable. He envisioned a kingdom where no one dared to defy him, where he could bask in the glory of his vicious triumph. But the winds of change blew strong, carrying whispers of rebellion and justice. As Esther approached the king, her heart raced with each step, the weight of her people resting on her shoulders. Would she find the strength to reveal the truth? Would she shatter the chains of oppression that bound her kin? The world outside seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the moment that would tip the scales. And in that intense stillness, as the fates of Haman, Mordecai, and Esther converged, the echoes of history began to stir, whispering promises of redemption and the dawn of a new era. The gallows stood tall, but so did the courage of a woman ready to challenge the darkness and proclaim the truth. The threads of fate tightened, and the first notes of a new song began to play, an anthem of hope rising against tyranny, a call that would reverberate through the ages, echoing long after the fall of Haman. The air crackled with anticipation in the ancient hall, its stone walls echoing the murmur of anxious voices. Sunlight streamed through stained glass, casting vibrant patterns on the floor, but the chill of uncertainty hung thick in the air. Today was no ordinary day. Today, a new decree would be issued, a document that could reshape the lives of every citizen beyond the castle walls. The crowd, a tapestry of merchants, peasants, and nobles, stood shoulder to shoulder, their eyes glimmering with hope and dread. As the heavy wooden doors creaked open, silence fell like a heavy blanket. A figure stepped forward, cloaked in the grandeur befitting a ruler. The weight of the moment pressed against the chest of every onlooker, a palpable energy that could be felt like a heartbeat. King Aldrich, a man both revered and feared, stood at the head of the hall, his expression a complex tapestry of resolve and uncertainty. He was a king who had seen the rise and fall of empires, who had witnessed the bloodshed of war and the whispers of rebellion. The air he exhaled now held the promise of change. "People of the realm," he began, his voice steady yet laden with the emotion of centuries past. "The tides of our kingdom have shifted. We stand at a crossroads, and the path we choose today will echo through the ages." The crowd leaned forward, breaths held tightly in chests, eyes wide with anticipation. Aldrich paused, letting the weight of his words settle. For weeks, rumors had swirled like autumn leaves caught in a fierce wind, talk of new laws that would either uplift the oppressed or tighten the grip of the crown. He could sense the tension, the electric thrill of uncertainty. What would it mean for the farmers who toiled in the fields, for the merchants who traded their goods in the bustling market, for the nobles who wielded power in their own right? Behind the king, the scroll awaited, sealed with the royal insignia, a symbol of authority and consequence. As Aldrich's fingers brushed against the parchment, a collective gasp rippled through the hall. Some felt hope bloom within their hearts, while others braced for a blow, the sword of fate poised to strike. "A decree," he continued, "to abolish the unjust taxes that have burdened our people for too long, to uplift the voices of those who have long been silenced." A roar of approval erupted, the sound swelling like a tide. Among the crowd, an elderly woman wept, her gnarled hands trembling with disbelief. She had fought against the weight of taxes all her life, and now she dared to dream of a better future. But Aldrich's voice rose again, cutting through the elation like a sharp blade. "Yet, I must remind you, with freedom comes responsibility. With this decree, we shall also establish a council, one that will ensure the prosperity of our land is shared among all." The clamor of voices shifted, uncertainty creeping back in. Would the council truly represent the people, or would it become another instrument of oppression? As murmurs of dissent rose, young Alara, a peasant girl whose family had been crushed by poverty, felt a fire ignite within her. This was her moment. She stepped forward, heart racing, hands clenched into fists. "Your Majesty!" Her voice rang out, quivering yet defiant. The crowd fell silent again, eyes darting between her and the king, disbelief and admiration mingling in the air. Will the council truly listen to us? Will our voices be heard? Or will we remain mere shadows in the corners of your court? The weight of her question hung heavy, and the tension surged once more. King Aldrich studied her, the flicker of a smile ghosting across his lips. This girl, no older than 16, represented the very essence of a kingdom yearning for change. "I vow to listen," he replied, his tone earnest. "But it is upon all of you to make your voices heard. This decree is but the first step. Stand with me, not behind me." The crowd erupted into cheers, the sound swelling into a symphony of hope and defiance. But within that sound, uncertainty still lingered, a reminder that change seldom came without its trials. Outside the hall, the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows as the news spread like wildfire. Families gathered around flickering lanterns, eyes wide as they spoke of the king's words. Some rejoiced, while others furrowed their brows, wondering if this was merely a ruse, a fleeting glimmer that would fade into darkness. The warmth of hope battled against the chill of skepticism, creating a storm of emotion that swept through the streets. In the heart of the city, merchants swept their stalls, their minds racing with the possibilities ahead. The promise of a council, a voice in the king's ear, seemed to shimmer with potential. Yet, whispers of doubt crept in, cautioning against the allure of change. Would they be able to protect their interests amidst the political storm that was sure to follow? In the taverns, the air was thick with excitement. Men and women raised their mugs high, toasting to newfound freedom. But there were those who remained silent, their brows furrowed, grappling with the repercussions of a new order. The shadows of the past loomed large, reminding them of betrayals and broken promises. Back in the castle, as the sun dipped beneath the horizon, King Aldrich sat in his chamber, the decree resting heavily on his desk. He fingered the wax seal, contemplating the weight of the decision he had made. The murmurs of the crowd echoed in his mind, the voices of hope, fear, and uncertainty blending into a cacophony. Change was a fragile thing, he understood, and he was keenly aware that his next steps would be critical. A soft knock broke his reverie. It was his advisor, a man with a furrowed brow and a heart weighed down by the secrets of the court. "Sire," he began cautiously, "there are murmurs. Unrest may brew among the nobles. They fear losing their grip." Aldrich's heart quickened. The road ahead was fraught with danger. Shadows danced at the edges of his vision, waiting for the moment of weakness to strike. The king took a deep breath, steeling himself for what was to come. The decree had been issued, but the ink was barely dry. The winds of change howled around him, a stark reminder that the future was uncertain. And in that uncertain future lay both the promise of liberation and the threat of chaos. In the shadow of grand palaces and bustling streets, the Jewish community of Shushan lived a life woven with both hope and trepidation. Each morning, as the golden sun rose over the ancient citadel, it cast a warm glow on the cobblestones that had seen centuries of history. Here, in this vibrant city, a tapestry of faith and tradition held the Jewish people together, their hearts beating in unison amid the clamor of life. Within the narrow alleys, the scent of fresh-baked bread wafted through the air, mingling with the sounds of laughter and prayer. The Jewish families carried the weight of their ancestors on their shoulders, tales of triumph and survival whispering through generations. They gathered in homes filled with flickering candlelight, sharing stories of bravery and resilience that echoed against the walls like a heartbeat, a reminder that they were never alone. Amidst this community stood Mordecai, a man whose wisdom and strength radiated like the sun. He was a pillar, a man who understood the delicate balance of life in Shushan. With every word he spoke, the townsfolk felt an unshakable bond, a connection that transcended mere existence. His eyes shimmered with a fierce determination, reflecting the darkness that had often threatened their way of life. When he spoke of unity, the people leaned in, captivated by the hope woven into his voice. Yet, shadows loomed in the corners of their world. The whispers of danger floated on the breeze, carried from the edges of the empire where enmity brewed. The edict of Haman, a man consumed by jealousy and hatred, threatened to sever the threads that held the Jewish community together. The streets grew silent, and fear seeped into the hearts of many, but not in Mordecai. He rallied the community, igniting a fire of courage that flickered in the eyes of every man, woman, and child. Esther, a young woman of extraordinary beauty and quiet strength, emerged as a beacon of hope. She was Mordecai's niece, chosen to enter the palace, a position that might seem like a dream, a luxury afforded to few, but for Esther, it was a burden layered with responsibility. She knew the weight of her heritage, understood what it meant to carry the dreams of her people. Each day she donned her royal garments, a shroud of elegance that contrasted sharply with the tension gripping Shushan. In the secrecy of the palace, where silks glided and whispers echoed, Esther found herself at the center of a deadly game. She navigated alliances with the powerful, risking her own safety to protect her community. Every time she walked through the grand halls, her heart raced, not just for herself, but for the thousands of lives that depended on her bravery. The thought of Haman's wicked plans fueled her resolve. She would not let fear dictate her fate or that of her kin. The Jewish community watched her rise with bated breath. They gathered in small circles, sharing anxious glances, their hearts intertwined in a collective prayer for her success. Each night, as they lit their candles, the soft glow illuminated their faces, reflecting a glimmer of hope. They whispered Esther's name into the darkness, a prayer that soared high above the rooftops, reaching the heavens, echoing off the walls of their homes. Mordecai stood vigilant, a sentinel in a world teetering on the brink of chaos. He knew that Esther's role was pivotal, but he also understood the gravity of the moment. Every rallying cry, every whispered encouragement held the weight of their ancestors' sacrifices. The lives lost, the dreams deferred, all resting on this fragile moment in time. The tension built like a storm in the sky, dark clouds gathering, threatening to unleash a torrent of despair. Then came the day of reckoning. Esther, the queen in a strange land, unveiled her true identity in a breathtaking moment that sent shockwaves through the court. She stood before the king, her voice steady yet laced with emotion, revealing the peril that loomed over her people. The reaction was electric. Gasps filled the air like arrows, piercing the facade of loyalty and trust. Haman's face turned pale, the mask of arrogance slipping away, revealing the twisted malice that lay beneath. The Jewish community trembled as they watched the events unfold from afar. They gathered in homes, hearts racing, eyes glued to the horizon, waiting for news that could change their fate forever. Time seemed suspended, each second stretching into eternity, a reminder that their lives hung precariously in the balance. Would Esther's courage be enough? Would the grace of the king shield them from destruction? Screams of triumph rippled through the streets of Shushan as the tide turned. The edict was overturned, Haman's power dismantled, and with each cheer, a forgotten hope ignited. The Jewish community felt a surge of life return to their veins, reclaiming their narrative from the clutches of despair. They danced, sang, and cried, the joy spilling into the streets, a cacophony of gratitude echoing against the ancient walls. They knew this victory was not just for themselves, but for every soul that had ever faced persecution. With each heartbeat, they remembered their ancestors, their struggles, their resilience. The sense of belonging enveloped them like a warm blanket, wrapping the community in an embrace of solidarity. Yet, even as they celebrated this hard-fought freedom, a shadow remained. The world outside still posed threats unseen, lurking just beyond the edge of their joy. The lessons of their past echoed in their minds. They knew the fragility of peace. Together, they pledged to remain vigilant, to stand united against the darkness that could rise again. With hearts full of hope and a renewed sense of purpose, the Jewish community of Shushan prepared to navigate the intricate dance of life, where joy and sorrow intertwined. Their story, a vibrant thread in the vast tapestry of history, continued to weave itself anew, with every emotion, every heartbeat echoing the strength of a people who would never back down. And as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the city, it became clear that their journey was far from over. The pulse of Shushan resonated with the promise of tomorrow, the unyielding spirit of a community ready to face whatever lay ahead. In the hushed corners of a Jewish home, the scent of freshly baked hamantashen fills the air, weaving through laughter and chatter that dances like sunlight upon the walls. Children rush about in costumes, embodying characters from a tale of triumph over despair, their eyes sparkling with the joy of age-old traditions. Not far away, adults gather, their faces reflecting a mix of nostalgia and hope as they recount the story of Esther, the brave queen who stood against the darkness threatening her people. The story of Purim is woven into the very fabric of Jewish history, a tapestry of survival and resilience. It begins in ancient Persia, where the Jewish community faced a chilling threat from Haman, a man whose heart was as black as the night. With a sinister decree, he plotted the destruction of all Jews, casting a shadow that threatened to engulf them. But the story does not end there. Its heartbeat is marked by courage. Queen Esther, hidden in the royal palace, emerged like a beam of light piercing through the darkness. She risked everything to reveal her true identity and plead for her people, an act of bravery that continues to echo through the ages. As the sun rises on the day of Purim, homes are transformed into vibrant sanctuaries of joy. Colorful decorations adorn the walls, and tables overflow with food that tells stories of those who came before. The air buzzes with excitement, and the warmth of togetherness wraps around everyone like a cherished blanket. Friends and family gather to read the Megillah, the scroll that recounts the tale of Esther. Every mention of Haman's name is met with a cacophony of noise, people booing, rattling graggers, and stomping their feet. It's a symphony of joy and defiance, a reminder that hatred can be drowned out by the roar of unity and laughter. In those moments, the past becomes the present. Each line read from the Megillah transports listeners into a world where fear and hope stood side by side. The story of Esther is not just about one woman's bravery. It embodies a collective spirit, a bond that ties generations together. The laughter of children reenacting the scenes adds a touch of magic as they prance in their costumes, embodying characters who once walked the earth. They are not just playing. They are part of a living history, breathing life into the narrative. As the festivities unfold, the joy spills into the streets. People don costumes ranging from the whimsical to the regal as they gather to share in the merriment. The laughter is contagious, echoing off the walls of houses and mingling with the sounds of music. The traditional Purim feast features a variety of dishes, showcasing the diversity of Jewish culinary heritage. From savory stews to sweet pastries, every bite tells a story of survival and celebration. Amidst the laughter and feasting, there exists a poignant moment of reflection. The tradition of giving gifts, called mishloach manot, flows through the hearts of the community. It's not merely about sharing food, it's about connection. Friends and neighbors exchange parcels filled with treats, embodying the spirit of generosity and kindness. Each package is a reminder that we are stronger together, that in the face of peril, we have each other. As evening falls, the day transforms into night, and the spirit of Purim lingers in the air like a sweet perfume. The joyous cries subside into a gentle hum as families gather around their tables, recounting stories of old, passing down wisdom wrapped in love. The candles flicker, casting warm shadows, as voices rise in song, lifting spirits even higher. In those moments, the essence of Purim pulses through every heart, a reminder of resilience, laughter, and the unbreakable bond of community. Yet, amid the vibrant colors and joyous noise, there's a thread of seriousness, a reminder of the trials faced and the darkness that has loomed over the Jewish people throughout history. The celebration of Purim is a testament to survival, a declaration that light prevails over dark, that together, they can rise above hardship. As the stories are told and memories are crafted, the air thickens with emotion. It is a celebration, yes, but also a commemoration of those who suffered, of those who were lost in the shadows of history. As the night unfolds, children with sleepy eyes drift into dreams of queens and courageous heroes. Adults linger a little longer, their hearts swelling with gratitude for their ancestors who fought for their existence. They raise a glass, a toast to life, to love, to the unyielding spirit of their people. In those shared moments, time bends, and they feel the presence of those who came before, their voices echoing through the ages. The celebration of Purim is not just a day on the calendar. It is an enduring legacy. As the moon casts a silver glow over the festivities, the hearts of the people resonate with a deep understanding. Purim is a bridge between past and future, a living testament to the trials of history and the joy of survival. The laughter, the food, the noise, it all intertwines into a beautiful melody of existence, one that will be sung for generations to come. As the last remnants of the feast begin to fade and the stars shine brightly above, one cannot help but feel the weight of history intertwined with the promise of tomorrow. The story of Esther, of bravery and unity, continues to inspire and uplift. And just when one might think the celebration is winding down, the pulse of Purim beats on, whispering promises of joy, resilience, and the indomitable spirit of a people who know how to rise, even when faced with the darkest of times. In the flickering shadows of a great banquet hall, the air thick with spices and anticipation, a young woman named Esther stood at the crossroads of destiny. Her heart raced beneath the silks of her gown, each heartbeat echoing the whispers of her people, the cries of a nation poised on the brink of annihilation. Faces from every corner of the empire filled the room, laughter mingling with the scent of roasted lamb. Yet all she could feel was the weight of the crown that would soon rest upon her head, a crown that could mean salvation or doom. Esther, a Jewish girl raised in the distant land of Persia, had become queen. But her ascent was not just a personal triumph. It was a spark igniting the flames of resistance for an entire people. The courage she summoned in that moment would ripple through history, like a pebble thrown into the vast ocean, creating waves that would wash over generations to come. As the banquet unfolded, Esther's mind raced. How could she reveal her true identity without falling prey to the very man who sought her people's destruction? Haman, the king's advisor, had woven a web of hatred, plotting to eradicate the Jews, claiming they were a threat to the peace of the kingdom. Esther's heart ached, knowing that her silence could cost her brethren their lives. Yet, the courage that coursed through her veins was not born of naivete. It was a legacy of resilience, a flame kindled by the stories of her ancestors who had faced oppression and emerged triumphant. The pivotal moment came cloaked in tension, as Esther's voice cut through the revelry. "If I have found favor in your eyes, O king," she began, trembling yet fierce, "let my life be granted me." The room fell silent. She revealed her Jewish heritage, a confession that roared with the strength of a lion and trembled like a leaf in the wind. Gasps filled the hall, eyes wide with disbelief. The queen, their beloved queen, was one of them, and she had placed herself at the mercy of the king. In that instant, Esther became a symbol, a beacon of hope for the oppressed, a reminder that courage could flourish amidst despair. Her story, woven into the fabric of Jewish history, would echo through the ages, igniting the spirits of those who faced hatred and prejudice. The legacy of Esther was not merely her bravery but her willingness to sacrifice everything, not just for herself, but for an entire nation. The king's reaction was swift, a tempest of emotions crashing against the rocks of his consciousness. His heart, once swayed by Haman's poison, now turned at the sight of his queen's tears. With a shout, he condemned Haman to the gallows, the sound reverberating like thunder, drowning out the laughter of the banquet. In that moment, Esther became not just a queen but a warrior, a lifeline thrown to a sinking ship, pulling her people back from the brink of extinction. The victory was not just in the moment of triumph, but in the promise that it held for generations. As Esther's legacy unfolded, it became a narrative of strength and identity, a reminder that in times of darkness, one voice could change the course of history. The festival of Purim would rise from the ashes of despair, a celebration of survival and resilience, where the story of Esther would be retold, hearts swelling with pride and gratitude. Fast forward through the ages, Esther's legacy found its place in the very soul of Jewish identity. Across Europe, in the shadowy corners of exile, Her name became a rallying cry. When the winds of persecution howled, when the innocent were hunted, women would recall Esther's courage, drawing strength from her story. The image of a young queen, standing against tyranny, became a symbol of hope, a flickering candle in the darkest of nights. In the ghettos, where despair cast its heavy cloak, mothers would tell their children tales of Esther. "Be brave like her," they would whisper, the warmth of their voices wrapping around the young ones as they slept, dreams filled with visions of royalty and valor. And in the concentration camps, among the ashes and the ruins, those who remained steadfast in their faith would find solace in her legacy. Esther's courage became a lifeline, an unbreakable thread that connected the past to the present, reminding them that they were not alone. As the years turned into centuries, Esther's legacy was immortalized in art, literature, and prayer. Synagogues around the world would echo with the recitation of her story during Purim, the joyous shouts of "She is the Queen" ringing out, a testament to her undying spirit. The Megillah, the scroll upon which Esther's tale is inscribed, became a sacred artifact, its words infused with the essence of resilience, echoing the cries of countless generations who dared to hope. Yet her legacy did not stop there. In modern times, Esther became an emblem for women everywhere. She inspired movements that championed equality and justice, her story a guiding star for those who fought against oppression, against the chains of silence. Feminists invoked her name in their battle cries, reminding the world that strength comes in many forms, and sometimes it is the quiet bravery of a woman that shifts the tides of fate. Esther's tale is not just one of survival, but of identity, courage, and love. It transcends the boundaries of time and place, calling out to anyone who has ever felt voiceless in a world that often seeks to silence the marginalized. With each retelling, the flame of her spirit is reignited, a beacon shining brightly against the backdrop of history, lighting the way for those still fighting their battles, still searching for their voices. As the shadows of history loom large, Esther's legacy stands tall, a reminder that courage can emerge from the most unexpected places. Her story, rich with emotion and drama, breathes life into the very essence of what it means to be human. In a world often divided by fear and hatred, Esther's tale becomes a bridge, connecting hearts across generations and cultures, reminding us all that hope can rise from the ashes, and that one voice, one heart, can change the world. In a small village nestled between towering mountains, the sun dipped low, casting long shadows that danced across the cobblestone streets. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable tension that wrapped itself around the townsfolk like a fog. They gathered in the square, eyes fixed on a figure standing upon a wooden crate, the town's preacher, his voice trembling yet powerful. He spoke of a world governed by divine providence and justice, of a creator who watched over them, threading their fates with an unseen hand. "Do you feel it?" he asked, voice rising as if to pierce the very heavens. "The weight of our choices and the invisible balance of right and wrong?" The villagers leaned in, hearts racing, as he recounted tales of ancient times, of the Israelites fleeing Egypt, guided by a cloud by day and a pillar of fire by night, trusting that justice would find them even in the wilderness. As the preacher's words wove through the crowd, a chilling breeze swept through the square, causing whispers to flutter like leaves. An old woman, known for her wisdom, clutched her shawl tighter, recalling the story of Job. Here was a man who suffered greatly, losing everything, yet held fast to his faith. What justice is there in a world where the innocent bear the weight of suffering? She murmured to herself, her heart heavy with the age-old question. The preacher noticed her, his gaze softening. "Providence, dear friends, is not always evident," he continued, his tone now tender. "Sometimes it hides in shadows, preparing us for something greater. Just as the seed must break to grow, so too must we sometimes endure trials to achieve redemption." Gasps rippled through the crowd, a mixture of hope and despair swirling in the air. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the moment. A young man stumbled into the square, breathless and wild-eyed, clutching a tattered parchment. "A decree!" he shouted, voice cracking with urgency. The king demands tribute, and those who cannot pay will face ruin. The atmosphere shifted, tension thickening like storm clouds. The villagers exchanged worried glances, each heart racing with the fear of injustice. "Is this providence?" a voice cried out from the back. "To suffer for the greed of kings?" The preacher's face darkened, but he held the young man's gaze. "Injustice is a bitter cup, but remember, true justice is born from resilience and faith." The villagers, though rattled, found an unexpected strength in his words. They whispered among themselves, recalling the stories of their ancestors who stood firm against oppression. The sun dipped further, casting an eerie glow as twilight settled over the village. It was here, in this crucible of fear and faith, that the weight of providence pressed down on them. The villagers felt an invisible hand guiding them, urging them to rise, to resist. They began to form a plan, their determination igniting like sparks in dry grass. As the night deepened, the preacher led them in prayer, voices rising in a haunting symphony of hope. They sought guidance, yearning for justice not just for themselves but for generations to come. Their hearts beat as one, a collective pulse that echoed through the ages, a reminder that they were never alone in their struggles. Across the valley, a different scene unfolded. A distant kingdom, shrouded in opulence, lay oblivious to the turmoil of the villagers. Here, the king feasted in grand halls, laughing at the plight of his subjects. His advisors whispered in his ear, painting a picture of a world untouched by the pain of the common man. Yet, even in this world of luxury, shadows lurked, whispers of rebellion, murmurs of discontent. In the dark corners, a woman named Alara plotted her escape from the gilded cage of privilege. She had watched the suffering of the villagers from her window, her heart aching with empathy. "Justice cannot thrive in a land that turns its back on the weak," she resolved, her spirit ignited by the stories she had heard. Alara knew that Providence had led her to this moment, to stand against her own kin, to fight for those who had no voice. Meanwhile, the villagers rallied, their spirits unyielding against the rising tide of fear. They devised a plan not merely to survive, but to confront the darkness that loomed over them. With every whispered strategy, they felt the weight of their ancestors beside them, urging them on. They crafted weapons from tools of their trade, transforming their labor into instruments of resistance. The preacher, now a beacon of hope, encouraged them to remember the stories of those who had faced impossible odds. Remember David, who stood against Goliath, wielding nothing but a sling and faith, he urged, his voice steady. The villagers nodded, their resolve hardening like steel. They would not wait for justice to come to them. They would seize it with their own hands. As dawn broke, painting the sky with hues of orange and pink, the villagers prepared to march toward the king's castle. They moved as one, their hearts beating in harmony, a chorus of courage. Each step resonated with the echoes of ancient promises, a reminder that Providence often takes unexpected forms, revealing itself when least expected. At the same time, Alara stood at the precipice of her own decision, torn between comfort and conviction. She knew the risks, the potential for ruin, but justice beckoned her like a siren's call. With a deep breath, she stepped away from the throne room and into the world outside, ready to claim her place in a narrative that demanded change. In that moment of crossing paths, between the villagers' march and Alara's awakening, the air crackled with potential, weaving their fates together in a tapestry of desperation and hope. Justice was not a distant dream. It was a fire ignited in their hearts, a promise waiting to be fulfilled. The sun climbed higher, illuminating their journey as they moved toward an uncertain future. Would Providence lead them to victory or despair? The answer hung between them, a question that would echo through the ages, reverberating in the hearts of all who dared to believe in justice. In a dimly lit room, an elderly woman clutches a worn-out copy of the Book of Esther, her fingers tracing the familiar lines as if they held the power to change the very fabric of her life. Tears glisten in her eyes, reflecting a lifetime of stories told and retold, each echoing with the courage and bravery of a woman who risked everything. Esther's story resonates across generations, a timeless tale of defiance against tyranny, courage in the face of adversity, and the unyielding strength of identity. The cultural impact of Esther's tale is profound, rippling through time and geography, binding communities together with a shared sense of heritage and resilience. In Jewish tradition, her story is celebrated during Purim, a festival that transforms the somber into the joyous. As families gather, laughter fills the air, and the sound of noisemakers drowns out Haman's name, symbolizing the triumph of good over evil. Children dress up as characters from the story, embodying the very essence of bravery and wit. The act of storytelling becomes a rite of passage, bridging the gap between ancestors and the young, reminding everyone of their roots. In the synagogues, the retelling of Esther's narrative transforms into a collective experience, as voices rise and fall in unison, echoing the struggles of an oppressed people who turned their fate around. The tension rises as listeners hang on every word, hearts pounding with the dread of Haman's plot and the hope that Esther's bravery will save her people. The emotions swell like the tides, drawing everyone into a powerful current of shared history, one that binds the Jewish community to a narrative of survival and identity. Beyond the confines of religious observances, Esther's story has transcended the pages of Scripture to find a place in the arts, literature, and modern media. The echoes of her bravery resonate in countless adaptations, plays, films, and books that reimagine her life for new audiences. Each interpretation breathes fresh life into her legacy, inspiring artists and writers to reflect on themes of courage, justice, and the fight against oppression. The story becomes a canvas upon which emotions are painted, revealing the complexities of human nature and the enduring quest for dignity and recognition. In the vibrant streets of Tel Aviv, banners fly high during Purim celebrations, adorned with images of Esther, reminding the world of her impact. The carnival atmosphere is a vivid reminder that the past lives on, celebrated with joy and laughter, but also with reflection on the struggles that continue today. Activists invoke Esther when fighting for justice, her story a symbol of standing up against injustice, reminding people that one voice can change the course of history. In moments of social upheaval, her name is invoked, a rallying cry for those who challenge oppression in all its forms. In feminist discourse, Esther's story has sparked conversations about female empowerment and agency. Scholars and activists find inspiration in her narrative, highlighting her role as a woman who wielded her influence, defying societal norms to save her people. Esther's bravery becomes a symbol of what women can achieve when they dare to speak out and assert their identities. The layers of her story peel back to reveal the struggles women face, not just in ancient Persia, but in today's world where their voices are often stifled. The conversations grow louder, echoing the strength of women rising to claim their narratives, emboldened by Esther's example. The essence of Esther's tale resonates with people from diverse backgrounds, transcending religious and cultural divides. Her story serves as a universal reminder of the fight against tyranny and the quest for justice. In classrooms around the world, educators use her narrative to teach not just history but humanity. Students grapple with the ethical dilemmas faced by Esther, examining what it means to stand up against injustice, to speak when silence is easier, to act when fear grips the heart. Historically, Esther's tale intertwines with the broader tapestry of Jewish history, reflecting the diaspora's struggles and triumphs. In times of persecution, her story has offered solace, a reminder that hope can emerge from despair. During the horrors of the Holocaust, the retelling of Esther became an act of resistance, a way to keep the flame of hope alive amidst darkness. As survivors recounted her bravery, they found strength in her courage, a flickering light guiding them through the hardships they faced. In scholarly circles, the impact of Esther's story extends to discussions on power dynamics and identity politics. Historians dissect her role as queen, exploring how she navigated the treacherous waters of court politics to advocate for her people. Her strategic thinking serves as a blueprint for understanding the complexities of power and the moral choices individuals must make. The tension between personal ambition and collective responsibility becomes a central theme, prompting lively debates among academics and students alike. In contemporary culture, Her story resonates with movements advocating for social justice, equality, and human rights. The narrative becomes a powerful metaphor, illustrating the ongoing fight against systemic oppression. Activists draw parallels between Esther's defiance and modern struggles, creating a fabric of solidarity that binds various movements across the globe. As they march for equality, her name is invoked, a reminder that the fight for justice is timeless and universal. Esther's story continues to unfold, living on in the hearts of those who dare to dream, to challenge the status quo, and to believe in the possibility of change. The air is thick with the weight of her legacy, a powerful reminder that courage can emerge from the unlikeliest of places. As the echoes of her narrative swirl around the globe, they pave the way for new stories to be told, stories of hope, resilience, and the unwavering spirit of humanity that refuses to be silenced. The evening air hung heavy with anticipation, a palpable tension that seemed to whisper secrets of bravery and sacrifice. In the dim light of an ancient room, a young artist, brush poised over a canvas, felt a shiver run down their spine. Their hands trembled with the weight of history as they prepared to capture the essence of Esther, a woman whose story rippled through time, a tale of courage that resonated with both hearts and minds. Esther's legacy began in the shadows, where silence cloaked her presence. Young and beautiful, she was taken from her home to the palace of King Ahasuerus, her fate entwined with a king's whim. Yet, beneath the shimmering surface of royal life, a storm brewed, a plot devised by the cunning Haman, who harbored a dark hatred for the Jews. As the artist swept the brush across the canvas, the colors began to swirl together like the emotions swirling in Esther's chest. Fear, anger, hope, and unwavering resolve. The brush flicked sharply, and suddenly, the vivid image of Esther emerged. A queen adorned in regal attire, yet her eyes reflected the burden of her people's fate. Each stroke told a story, whispering of midnight prayers and the daring decision to approach the king uninvited, a perilous act that could cost her everything. The artist imagined the moment when Esther stood at the threshold of the throne room, the silence deafening, her heart pounding like a war drum. Would she find strength or succumb to fear? Drawing in a breath, the artist could almost hear the echoes of history, the weight of a world that hung in the balance. As the painting took form, it summoned the spirit of ages past. Generations had celebrated Esther's bravery through words and images. From the intricate tapestries of medieval Europe to the bold paintings of the Renaissance, her story captivated the imagination of artists and writers alike. Each depiction bore the indelible mark of their own times yet preserved the essence of Esther, the unsung heroine who dared to speak against injustice. Literature, too, found solace in her tale, from the ancient scrolls of the Hebrew Bible to modern novels that painted her not just as a queen, but as a beacon of hope. Writers infused her character with layers of complexity, exploring her inner struggles and triumphs. Poets sang her praises, their verses weaving through the ages like a thread of gold, illuminating her legacy with every heartbeat. In the artist's mind, Esther transformed into a symbol, not just for the Jewish people, but for anyone who has ever felt powerless against the tides of fate. The canvas now pulsated with life, colors fighting for dominance, as Esther's story tangled with the stories of countless others, echoing the universal themes of bravery, love, and sacrifice. Shadows danced in the corners of the room, reflecting the very trials she faced, reminding the artist of the fear that still clings to the hearts of many today. A sudden gust of wind rattled the window, breaking the artist's reverie. They hesitated, brush poised, imagining all those who had stood in Esther's shoes, the countless lives threatened by tyranny and hate, their stories intertwined with hers, an unbreakable chain of shared humanity. With newfound fervor, the artist pressed the brush down hard, creating bold strokes that mirrored Esther's defiance. The colors roared on the canvas, screaming for justice, for voices to rise in unison against oppression. This was not merely a painting. It was a testament to the indomitable spirit of those who refused to be silenced. The artist remembered the myriad interpretations of Esther. Some depicted her as a passive beauty, others as a fierce warrior. Yet, every version held a piece of truth. Each brushstroke cast a spell, drawing the onlooker closer, urging them to reflect on their own battles against injustice. The artist felt the weight of responsibility, knowing they were not just recreating a moment. They were breathing life into a narrative that transcended time and space. Esther was no longer a figure wrapped in myths and tales. She was alive, her heartbeat echoing through the ages, her courage igniting a fire that refused to dim. As the paint dried, the artists stepped back, their breath caught in their throat. Esther's eyes sparkled with determination, yet they also shimmered with vulnerability. This duality told a story of humanity, how light and darkness coexist within us all, how bravery is often laced with fear. The artist knew that this painting would resonate with anyone who had ever faced doubt or despair, who had ever fought for their beliefs against overwhelming odds. The room around them faded, the world outside slipping away as the artist found themselves drawn deeper into the narrative. The walls seemed to whisper tales of Esther's strength, mingling with the many voices that had celebrated her spirit throughout history. Each work of art, each poem, each retelling was like a thread woven into a grand tapestry, connecting hearts across generations, transcending the barriers of time and culture. Then came the realization, this was not the end, but merely a continuation of Esther's legacy. A new chapter was unfolding, as stories emerged from every corner of the world, each bearing witness to the struggles and triumphs of individuals who dared to challenge the status quo. The artist, now emboldened by the spirit of Esther, felt the surge of inspiration flow through them, the urge to contribute to this ongoing dialogue. With renewed vigor, they picked up their brush once more, not just to paint Esther's story, but to ignite the stories of others, to capture the essence of resilience against adversity. Each stroke became a promise that the tale of Esther would never fade, that it would continue to inspire future generations to stand tall against injustice, to raise their voices in defiance and hope. And as the artist worked, the canvas transformed, becoming a living testament to Esther's indomitable spirit, a bridge between the past and the future, a symbol of the enduring power of love and courage. The night deepened, but within the room, as history and imagination entwined, a new light began to shine, one that would guide souls through the darkness, reminding them that they, too, could become the heroes of their own stories. In a dimly lit room filled with the hushed murmurs of anxious women, a single figure stood in the spotlight, her heart pounding like a war drum. Esther, a name whispered through the ages, was not merely a queen. She was a beacon of hope. As the air thickened with tension, her resolve crystallized. With grace and bravery, she prepared to change the fate of her people. But her story would extend far beyond the ancient walls of her palace. Esther's journey began not with a crown, but with a choice that reverberated through history. She was faced with a daunting challenge: to risk everything for her people, to speak out when silence was the expected norm. This was a moment that defined her character. Esther stood before the king, her heart in her throat, and with a voice that trembled yet resonated with fierce determination, she forged a path for women that would echo through the centuries. In this ancient tale, Esther's struggle against oppression and her passionate plea for justice laid the groundwork for modern feminism. Her bravery didn't just save a nation. It ignited a spark in the hearts of countless women who would one day follow in her footsteps. They would look back to her story as a source of strength, courage, and inspiration. The whispers of her name began to travel beyond dusty scrolls, seeping into the consciousness of those who yearned for change. As generations unfolded, Esther's influence morphed. The suffragettes who marched through the streets in the early 20th century shouted not just for the right to vote, but for a legacy of female empowerment that Esther represented. They donned white sashes and marched with fervor, echoing Esther's courage, daring to challenge the status quo. If Esther could stand before a king, why couldn't we stand before our own? They thought, their voices rising in unison. Throughout the years, the fabric of Esther's influence wove itself into the tapestry of women's rights movements. The echo of her name spurred the likes of Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton to take up the mantle of activism, pushing for equality. They carried her story as a torch, lighting the way for those who felt voiceless, for those who felt trapped by the chains of societal norms. Esther was their ancestor, their guiding star. Her spirit whispered words of empowerment in their ears, urging them to fight for a better tomorrow. And as time marched on, the essence of Esther continued to breathe life into various movements. In the 1960s, when women started to demand more than just equal pay, when they sought autonomy over their bodies and choices, Esther's legacy surged back to the forefront. Women stood together, united by a shared understanding that the fight was not just for themselves but for all women who had ever felt oppressed. They chanted, "We are more than just queens in stories. We are queens in life, and we will no longer be silenced." In every protest, in every rally, in every act of defiance, Esther's spirit shimmered like a beacon. Women began to reclaim their narratives, to write their stories as they saw fit, refusing to let anyone else dictate their worth. They understood that Esther's stand had paved the way for their voices to be heard, her bravery igniting their own. Yet, it wasn't merely the historical figures who drew strength from Esther's legacy. Women from all walks of life found inspiration in her story, from the boardroom to the classroom to the front lines of social justice. They realized that Esther's battle wasn't just against one oppressor but against the systemic inequalities that still plague society today. With each step forward, they carried her with them, her story a powerful anthem that reverberated in their hearts and minds. In classrooms filled with eager young women, teachers spoke of Esther not just as a character in a historical text, but as a powerful symbol of resilience. Students listened, wide-eyed and inspired, as they learned that their voice mattered. The lessons of Esther transcended time, encouraging them to push boundaries and break glass ceilings. They understood that they too could be changemakers, that they held the power to rewrite their narratives. And then, in the modern age, as social media became a platform for voices long silenced, the influence of Esther took on new dimensions. Hashtags like #MeToo and #TimesUp resonated across the globe, echoing her fight against injustice. Women shared their stories of hardship and triumph, and the world began to listen. Much like the king had listened to Esther's plea centuries earlier, the digital age breathed new life into her legacy, as her courage continued to inspire and embolden countless voices. As the fight for equality and justice marched forward, Esther's influence became a foundation upon which modern feminism grew. Women began to understand that their struggles were not isolated, but interconnected, that they were all part of an ongoing battle for rights and recognition. They were the modern-day queens, standing up against the dragons of inequality and oppression that still lurked in the shadows. Every woman who shared her story, every advocate who raised her voice, every leader who fought for change was a testament to Esther's enduring legacy. Her story was not just a relic of the past, but a living, breathing force, inspiring new generations to challenge the status quo and forge their paths. The fight was far from over, but Esther's spirit lingered in the air, a reminder that courage could spark transformation, that a single voice could echo through the corridors of time, and that every woman had the right to claim her place in history. As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow on the horizon, the whispers of Esther's story filled the air. Women everywhere stood together, emboldened by her strength, ready to continue the battle she had started so many years ago. They knew that as long as they stood united, their voices would never be silenced, their stories would never be forgotten. Let the world bear witness to their fight, for they were the living legacy of Esther, and her influence would continue to shine brightly into the future. In the hushed halls of a palace, where shadows danced like whispers, a young woman stood at the threshold of destiny. Esther, a Jewish orphan raised in the heart of Persia, was about to change the course of history with a single act of bravery. As she gazed out over the sprawling city, her heart raced with a mix of fear and purpose. What if her voice could shatter the silence that often cloaked the oppressed? What if she could save her people from the dark machinations of an enemy? Across the vast tapestry of the Bible, many figures have stood where she stood, faced with choices that would ripple through time. Esther's story would not merely echo the struggles of others. It would sing in harmony, intertwining with their lives like a grand symphony of courage. From the fiery determination of Moses, who dared to confront Pharaoh, to the unwavering faith of Daniel, who refused to bow to false gods. Each story captures the essence of sacrifice and hope. Moses, a man of the desert, was born to save a people shackled in bondage. His early life was a mix of privilege and pain, raised in the palace of Pharaoh yet connected to the suffering of his kin. When he stood before the burning bush, a palpable tension crackled in the air, as if the heavens themselves held their breath. Moses' reluctance spoke of his humanity, echoing Esther's own fears as she prepared to confront the king. Both felt the weight of their missions, each questioning their worthiness to carry such a heavy burden. Yet, just as Moses found strength in his stutter, Esther discovered her voice in the silence of her people. Not far from their stories lay the heart-wrenching saga of Ruth, a Moabite woman whose loyalty transcended borders. She clung fiercely to Naomi, her mother-in-law, demonstrating love that knew no national boundaries. When Esther, cloaked in her royal gown, prepared to enter the king's court, Ruth's loyalty shone like a guiding star. Would Esther's bravery echo Ruth's steadfastness? Both women, defined by their choices, became the architects of their legacies, crafting destinies that would shape generations. Then there was David, the shepherd boy turned king, whose life was a tapestry of triumph and turmoil. He faced Goliath not just with a slingshot but with unwavering faith in a promise that stretched beyond the battlefield. In the quiet moments before the confrontation, he mustered courage from deep within, a sentiment that resonated in Esther's heart as she stood before King Xerxes, her own Goliath. The tension hung thick in the air, an invisible thread connecting their stories, two unlikely heroes catalyzing change in worlds that sought to silence them. And what of Deborah, the prophetess and warrior? Her fierce leadership called forth an army at a time when women were often sidelined, a revelation that no one could ignore. Deborah's song rang out as she led Israel to victory, a melody of empowerment and justice that reverberated through the ages. Esther, too, wielded her influence with grace, navigating the treacherous waters of court politics. As she prepared to unveil Haman's plot, the air crackled with electric anticipation, echoing Deborah's own moments of triumph. In a world that often dismissed the capabilities of women, they rose like phoenixes from the ashes of doubt. Yet, where Esther's tale diverged was in her intimate connection to her people. While David had his loyal band of followers, and Moses had the Israelites, Esther was alone in her royal chamber, cloaked in silks and shadows. Her heart ached for the people she left behind, an emotional landscape marked by love and fear. The moment she uttered, "If I perish, I perish," the weight of her sacrifice pierced the air, a poignant reminder of the cost of standing up for justice. This moment mirrored the anguish of Jeremiah, the weeping prophet who mourned for his people. Both Esther and Jeremiah were called to bear burdens that seemed overwhelming, yet they persisted, driven by the love for their communities. As Esther stood amidst the grandeur of the king's court, the fate of her people rested on her shoulders. Her pulse quickened as she thought of the thousands who would suffer if she failed. She was not merely a pawn in a royal game. She was a queen with a heart that beat in rhythm with those she loved. Their hopes ignited a fire within her, a flame that pushed her to step forward, her resolve hardening like steel. This moment of confrontation paralleled the fiery spirit of Elijah, who stood boldly against the prophets of Baal, proclaiming the one true God. The echoes of bravery resonated across the ages, connecting Esther to those who had walked the fragile line between despair and hope. In the dim light, the palace walls whispered secrets, urging her on. As her story unfolded, the tension grew, entwining with the tales of these formidable figures. Esther's courage transformed her into more than a character in a sacred text. She became a beacon of hope, illuminating the path for generations to come, a light that flickered in the darkest of times. And just as the story of Esther reached its crescendo, the threads of her tale intertwined with the stories yet to come. The pages of history held more figures whose resilience would echo her own, heroes who would rise in the face of adversity, who would wield their faith like swords against the current of injustice. Esther's legacy would ripple through time, resonating with every individual who dared to stand tall against the tide of oppression, igniting a spark that would never be extinguished. The narrative flowed onward, beckoning the next chapter, the next figure in the grand tapestry of hope and courage. Underneath the glow of flickering torches, a tension-filled silence hung heavily in the air. In the opulent palace of Shushan, the young Queen Esther, adorned in her royal finery, felt the weight of a kingdom pressing down on her shoulders. Her heart raced, each beat a reminder of the perilous situation she faced. The fate of her people danced on the edge of a knife, and in that moment, she knew that courage was not simply the absence of fear, but the resolve to act in spite of it. Esther, born Hadassah, had come from humble beginnings. Orphaned as a child and raised by her cousin Mordecai, she understood the fragility of life and the strength that lay within identity. Her heritage as a Jewish woman had been hidden beneath layers of royal splendor. Yet it was this very identity that now called her to rise. It was a truth she could no longer conceal. The decree of destruction hung over her people like a storm cloud, and she alone had the power to confront it. As she stood before King Ahasuerus, the weight of thousands of lives rested upon her. Memories of her childhood danced in her mind, the laughter of her community, the warmth of family gatherings, the stories of her ancestors whispered in the night. Each memory was a thread in the fabric of her identity, reminding her of who she was and what was at stake. The king's gaze was indifferent, yet she could feel the pulse of history thrumming beneath her feet, urging her forward. "Esther," the king said, his voice echoing through the vast hall. "What is your wish? It shall be given to you, even to half my kingdom." But those words, so often comforting in stories, felt like a trap to her. What good was half a kingdom if her people were condemned to death? The stakes were not about wealth or power. They were about lives, about the essence of what it meant to be Jewish in a world that sought to erase that very identity. Mordecai's words echoed in her mind. "Who knows if perhaps you were made queen for such a time as this?" Those words ignited a fire within her, transforming her hesitance into fierce determination. Esther knew she was chosen, not by chance, but for a purpose that transcended her own desires. She had been molded by her past, shaped by her lineage, and now, she had to summon every ounce of her courage to confront Haman, the man who plotted her people's annihilation. The night before her approach to the king, Esther fasted, her soul wrestling with the enormity of her task. Each moment of prayer was a reminder of her identity, the legacy of her ancestors flowing through her veins. The sheer act of being herself was a rebellion against the darkness that sought to engulf her people. With every passing second, she felt the fiery pull of her Jewish heritage, demanding that she stand tall, that she use her voice, that she fight. When she entered the king's presence, the tension within her swelled, but so did her resolve. She had donned her royal robes, yes, but beneath that silk lay the heart of a Jewish woman, fierce and unyielding. As she approached the king, the silent prayers of her people echoed in her ears, fueling her courage. The moment seemed to stretch infinitely. She felt both insignificant and vital, a mere woman yet the embodiment of hope for her people. As Esther unveiled her plea, her words were a mixture of grace and urgency. "If it pleases the king, let my life be granted me and my people, for we have been sold to destruction." The room fell silent, the weight of her confession hanging in the air like thick fog. Every eye was on her, and in that gaze, she felt both fear and support from the shadows of her ancestors. The identity she had hidden for so long now surged to the forefront. She was not just a queen. She was a sister, a daughter, a protector. The king, confused and enraged, demanded to know who had dared to threaten his queen. And in that moment, the tides turned. Esther, trembling yet resolute, pointed to Haman. The room erupted into chaos, and history shifted its course as justice began to unfold. The courage she summoned was infectious, igniting hope in the hearts of her people. It was a moment that transcended time, where one woman's voice transformed into the battle cry of a nation. The aftermath of that confrontation was charged with emotion, a whirlwind of fear, relief, and burgeoning hope. Esther stood amid her community, transformed by her journey from silence to a powerful proclamation of identity. The banquet that had been a mere facade became a celebration of survival, a testimony to the strength that comes when one embraces who they are. Her path was laden with trials, yet each step had fortified her character, revealing a truth that lay buried within. A queen's true power is her courage to be herself. As the echoes of the celebration faded, Esther's heart swelled with a newfound understanding. Courage was not the absence of fear but the choice to act boldly in the face of it. Her identity, once a hidden gem, now shone brightly, illuminating the path for others to follow. Yet, even in victory, she understood that the battle was not just for her own people but for the essence of who they were. A people undaunted, unbroken, and resilient. In that moment of triumph, she felt the pull of countless souls behind her, their hopes and dreams woven into the fabric of her identity. She was no longer just a queen in a grand palace. She was a beacon of hope, a voice for the voiceless. Her story had intertwined with the stories of those before her, and now it was her turn to pass that legacy on, to inspire others to find the courage within themselves. As Esther stepped into the future, the lessons of her past echoed in the chambers of her heart. The world may have been filled with challenges, but she knew that as long as one kept their identity close and summoned the courage to stand tall, even the darkest nights could be overcome. The flame of her journey flickered brightly, promising that the story of courage and identity would continue, unstoppable and eternal, like a river flowing forward, carrying with it the hopes of all those who dared to dream.